I'll now call to order this June 20th, 2024 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Please rise for the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have roll call.
Elizabeth Alderman. Mary Lee Hall.
Here.
Samantha Hall.
Here.
William Hall.
Here.
Jeremy Hash.
Here.
Jennifer Henkel.
Here.
Nathan Henkel.
Here.
James Holland.
Here.
Joseph Wilson.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item 2.01, approval of the June 20th, 2024 board agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 3.01, approval of the May 16th, 2024 minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. 4.01, the student representative report. Graduation has deprived us of our student representatives, so we have none. So we'll move on to 5.01, Artist in Residency Program presentation by Mr. Justin Ayala and Miss Emily Pillai of the Cultural Alliance of York County. Hope I got your names right. All right.
Emily sends her regards. She's unable to make it. Her husband was called out of town unexpectedly. But my name is Justin Ayala. I'm with the Cultural Alliance of York County, and I'm the director of the Arts in Education program, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with, but your Shrewsbury Elementary School has been participating in it for the past 15 years. So I thought it'd be a good opportunity to tell you a little bit about what they have been, how they've been taking advantage of the program, as well as other opportunities that exist for your district. Anybody here familiar with the Cultural Alliance? Cultural Alliance of York County is a unified arts fund. It's the only outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. And what we do is we act as stewards, advocates, and conveners for the arts. So we support arts organizations such as the Appel Center. We support creative entrepreneurs, and then we also offer educational programs. To give you just kind of an idea, we have last year alone we had distributed $1.24 million throughout 36 artists and 61 arts organizations. In that context, I'm the director of Arts and Education for York, Adams, Franklin, and Fulton counties. And what that is, I know it's a lot to unpack, but it's a program that brings teaching artists into schools. I am one of 13 directors throughout the state. And we're all based out of intermediate units, arts nonprofits like the Cultural Alliance, or universities. What we provide is match grant funding. And that is funding to bring teaching artists, I don't know where exactly I'm pointing this to. It keeps jumping ahead like 3 or 4 slides. We bring match grant funding to the table to bring teaching artists into your school. And how we do that is through artist residencies. What an artist residency is bringing a teaching artist. We have artists of all different disciplines, so dancers, poets, photographers, painters, circus artists, and I'll be showing you some highlights from your last 15 years of collaborating with our artists. but we bring them to collaborate with your classroom teachers. And the idea is artists of all types use math, science, history in their art form, and some students struggle with learning traditionally, and also some educators struggle with presenting concepts in ways that are engaging to students. So this kind of bridges that gap. It's bringing some interesting and exciting new tools to the table for your teacher, or for your classroom teachers and your students. A great example of that is in 2021, Carla Long, a photographer, worked with your 5th grade students, English language arts teachers, and social studies teachers. The prompt was, they said, every year we teach our students about the Civil War, and it's really hard to put them in the shoes of somebody who might have been deployed or a family member. So the prompt was, if you were to be deployed to the Civil War, what might you take with you? What might you take with to remember your family or to keep your morale up? So these are objects, these photos that you're seeing here are objects, photographs taken by 5th graders after receiving a crash course in photography. And then they had to do a lot of peer and writing response to the significance of these objects. So combining what they were already learning in social studies, what they were goals and objectives in English language arts, and infusing that with art. I'll flip through really quickly to some of the highlights over the past 15 years of your collaborations. So learning about the Underground Railroad through cardboard sculpture, learning about renewable natural resources through mural making and science. And some of these you might be familiar with, you'll see hanging throughout the buildings in the elementary school. This was using movement and mindfulness to talk about patterns and systems. Really cool, they were plotting XY points on the XY grid, recreating them with their bodies, and then talking about how the systems of the body, the skeletal systems, the muscular systems, move to adapt to those different poses and positions. Creative writing and music writing. And this was teaching literary devices, so teaching metaphors, similes, through creating original lyrics. And then this year, we were fortunate enough to collaborate with Circus Dreams. Circus Dreams is 2 circus artists, Jenny Hill and Chris Tamburo, and they have been traveling extensively bringing circus arts to senior centers because of the known connections between things like hula hooping and juggling and the ability of increasing neuroplasticity or the ability of making new memories, as well as we use our artist residencies as opportunities to address challenging subject matter. That might be fractions, or in the case of senior centers, it was dementia and memory loss. So Jenny Hill, our performing clown, her clown persona is a forgetful clown, and it kind of opens up inroads and avenues. Why I bring that up is these 2 circus artists were working with 5th graders at the school this year, and they were concentrating on math and patterns, physics and engineering, and how that connects to circus arts, but also showmanship, resilience, and swordsmanship. The culmination of this 20-day residency had the 5th grade students bring all the other grade levels, 1 grade at a time, into the auditorium and teach them the 5 circus skills that they had just spent the previous 4 weeks learning, under the guidance of our teaching artists, of course. And like I said, the goal of this is to leave new tools in the toolbox of teachers once we leave, so that the teachers feel confident maybe infusing the arts into future lessons when they see that maybe traditional education or traditional teaching methods aren't quite working. Really quickly, I'll brush over the fact that not only do we work in schools and senior centers, we provide professional developments for educators, professional developments through all different sectors. This was a professional development we led last year during an in-service at Northeastern School District, working with all the teachers, using all the things we juggle as a metaphor, but talking about how they can infuse creative problem solving into their classrooms and into their daily lives. I will not take the time to go through all the benefits of an artist residency because I hope a lot of you see the apparent benefits in this, but I'd be happy to share all of the facts and research that go along with this. But I'd like to spend more time talking about how you could take advantage of this program more and answer any questions that you might have. The Arts and Education program is a collaboration. So it's a collaboration between the classroom teachers. Here in your district, the PTO not only supports it financially, but is hugely involved in the coordination between the classroom teachers, the admin, the teaching artists, and myself. This money comes from the Pennsylvania Council of the Arts, so this is taxpayer money that you guys are already paying in earmarked for the arts, and I'm able to match that, so I'm able to amplify those funds. We also benefit from EITC funds. Is anybody here familiar with the educational tax improvement credits? For any business owners here in the room, it's an opportunity to get 90% of your tax debt forgiven. That money can be given to organizations like the Cultural Alliance, and we can double that. So a $9,000 or $10,000 donation to that program, we can make $20,000. I wanted to bring this all up because last year alone, the PTO invested $3,600 in the Arts and Education program, and we doubled that. Historically, in the past 15 years, your PTO has invested $53,000 in the program, and we've made that nearly $100,000. So what I'm asking is, why is only one building in the district participating in this program? We have funds that we would love to share. We have opportunities and artists we would love to share with your educators and students. So I encourage you guys to think about other buildings that might be able to benefit from this, other educators who you know are arts-minded and might really embrace this. We understand it's not for every classroom teacher and it's not for every learner, but in the opportunities where it really clicks, it makes a powerful difference. And one of the reasons why I can be such a passionate advocate for this program was because in 2008-ish, and not to date myself, I was a teaching artist here. The mosaics that exist in the hallway of the elementary school was one of my first projects as a teaching artist. I spent 16 years thereafter as a teaching artist in that program before becoming the director for this 4-county region. So it's a program that I believe in, it's a program I've participated in, and it's a program that I'd love to share with more of your district. So I thank you for the opportunity to come and share what I did today. If there's any questions, I'm happy to try to field them, and I'm also happy to leave my information behind, so if anything pops up, you guys can feel free to reach out.
I just have one quick question.
Yeah,
Is
sure.
it only fifth grade that you,
So the way that the program operates is they ask that there's one core group of learners. That group of learners gets to meet with the artists every day of the program, so we like to pick one grade level.
Okay.
But as much as we can involve the entire school, like we did with bringing them in at the end for an assembly or having some kind of peer teaching opportunity, we like to try to involve as much of the school as we can realistically in the amount of time that the teaching artists are in the building.
thank you.
Who at the school level would be best to get in touch with you?
So Emily with the PTO would probably be the best at the school level. We're currently working right now to coordinate next year's residency for the elementary. As far as any other buildings that would want to reach out, they can reach out to me directly. Mary had always been our contact on the admin side, but I understand that position is in transition, so we look forward to working with the new leadership there. It's fun. I got to work with Mary when I was there as a teaching artist when she was a second grade teacher, so it's fun to get to work with her all through the past number of years. So yeah, I thank you guys very much again. I thank you for the opportunity of working with your community at the elementary school, and we look forward to some future opportunities of working in some of your other buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5.02, the Susquehannock High School Building Project video.
At Susquehannock High School, the final phase of construction and renovations is continuing this summer. Once classes concluded in May, construction crews began demolition of portions of the high school. The demolition is removing the old cafeteria, boiler room, and adjoining classrooms. It is a precise project that involves removing portions of the building, letter by letter, and piece by piece. An estimated 40 truckloads of debris will be removed from the campus daily during points of the demolition. Demolition will be completed prior to the start of classes, and facade restoration, including construction of the canopy and the front entrance, will begin. Most classrooms are also scheduled to be completed this summer. In the fall, crews will continue working on the teen rooms and parking lots. The project is expected to be completed by the late fall of 2024. For more information about the renovations and construction at Susquehannock High School, visit www.sycsd.org/construction.
Item 5.03, educational updates by Dr. Reppert.
Thank you, President Henkel, School Board. As in Christina's video, you can see that, while we had graduation, it's pretty quiet around here with the exception of that construction. Dr. Bryce and I had the opportunity to, view a lot of that current demolition out there, and it's just amazing how they're taking it down. Some brick by brick, wall by wall, roof by roof, but it is coming down. So following within my theme over the last 2 years regarding safety, the Parent District Safety Committee met at the end of the school year. We did a walkthrough of one building. Safety features were reviewed, as well as the next step for the safe school environment in our school community. Thank you, Mr. Hash. He was not only part of that committee meeting, but also we did a district walkthrough of all of our buildings, taking a look at necessary signage to be posted, on the outside of our buildings, like no trespassing, no drugs, alcohol, the video surveillance signs, so that those are visible throughout the district. So, Mr. Ash, we do appreciate, your focus on safety and security and being an integral part of that. Under the supportive, I want to congratulate again 238 graduates of 2024. The commencement ceremonies were awesome. Thanks for everyone who contributed to the success of that day. On a final note, Colonel McCarthy said it best in a speech, "New Jet, New Day." As a school community, please let's remember that message. We all make good decisions and sometimes not so good decisions at times. So if we remember that tomorrow is a new day, we can start off fresh, hence New Jet, New Day. I want to say special congratulations out to our Warrior Power lifter, Sagan Marks, who finished second in the world in her weight class and setting a personal weight room and platform personal record. Congratulations to Sagan. And also, once again, a huge thank you to Mr. DeLuca for supporting Sagan and all the other Susky Power lifters during the school year. Sagan was also recognized for achievement by Representative Kate Plunk and Senator Kristen Phillips Hill in Harrisburg for her accomplishments. Under collaborative culture, last year I provided an update from the American Heart Association. I meet with them at the end of each year. I did it almost every year as a principal, as an update how the middle school did. So I wanted to share with the board and the community what has been provided when I had my end of the year report. Our district raised this year over $29,000 to the American Heart Association. And since its inception, and she couldn't give me when we started, she said many years ago, $206,000 has been raised in supporting the life mission of the American Heart Association. And I want to say a special congratulations we had 4 schools participating, 3 elementary and a middle school. Southern Elementary was ranked for the second year in a row in the top 25 schools out of over 120 and ranked number 8 for money being raised. So a big special thank you to the 4 staff members in the buildings that supported it, Mr. Wagman at Friendship, Mr. LeBlanc Shrewsbury, Mr. Bloom at Southern Elementary, and Ms. Christensen from Southern Middle School for leading their efforts in the building. And the one thing I wanted to mention is part of the program, and I urge the community, the parents at the elementary and the middle school, one of the components of participating in the American Heart Association's challenges is they have the ability for you to enroll in an online hands-on CPR as well as the warning signs of stroke. Once they go through, the parents and the students receive the ability to sign up and go through that process. So we had 106 students and families who learned the hands-on only CPR and warnings of stroke. And why that's important, we have 106 more individuals within our community that can be that step in potentially saving a life. So I'm going to urge my administrators at the elementary, and then we have communication next year. The more we can get involved in that, you never know. It could be at school, on the playground. It could be at the carnival. It could be at a party, at a birthday party. But anything that we can do to raise an awareness could save a life. A couple other things. I want to say a quick shout out to the admin, teachers, support staff for a phenomenal school year. You were truly amazing, and we're looking forward to you coming back next school year. But take your time. It is summer. Enjoy yourself, relax, sharpen your soul. And then we have a couple summer birthdays, not going to tell you when they are and how old they'll be. But happy birthday, Jen Henkel, coming up. Liz Dauberman, Joe Wilson, you have a summer birthday coming up. And Mr. Bill Hall, have a great birthday or not. The choice is yours.
I'll try.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment. Did we have anyone sign up? Okay, yeah.
You have printed lists.
I just have the original list, but I don't have the additions.
No, some of these are repeats.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to give us the speaker for the
Oh, okay, so, okay. Great. You don't want to speak again? Oh, you can't. Don't. All right, let's see. Okay. All right, so public comment. I'm just going to make sure that I cover the guidelines once again. So each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes. Please state your name, address, municipality of residence. Please direct all your comments to the presiding officer. That's me. Do not address or question board members or administrators individually. Courteous and proper decorum during a presentation will be required. A speaker will be ruled out of order and denied the privilege of speaking for failure to abide by this requirement. Speakers will not be permitted to make slanderous remarks about a board member, employee, or student. Concerns about any employee's performance or any matters involving a specific student will be referred to the Personnel and Policy Committee or deferred to be presented in the board to the board in executive session. Profane language will not be tolerated. A speaker will be ruled out of order and denied the privilege of continuing to speak if they do not abide by this. All right, Val Dennis.
Good evening. My name is Val Dennis, and I live in Shrewsbury Township. And the question that comes up this evening is, do we live in a community that is mostly caring or sometimes disrespectful? Do we live in a community that is welcoming or only welcoming to some people? Or are we both? Last week when I arrived at the table at the weekly Mason-Dixon Diner school discussion at 7 o'clock, two couples were sitting at the next table. A man said, "I had to go to the doctor this week," and he was African American. The other man said, "I bet you love that." He answered, "Well, it was my only choice. I just hope he knows what he's doing." Our children and teenagers watch our behavior. They repeat what we do, and this creates their adult lives. If I'm not in the back room of the diner on Mondays at 7, please talk with each other. Are we able to do this? Right, left, 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 right, right. For the sake of our next generation, I hope so. Will we choose to do this work with our schools in person or on our phones? Which is more effective? Which is more civil? We have that choice every day. Are we capable of talking across the aisle, as we say, or across the lines, or have too many of us drawn lines in the sand? If we are unable or willing to talk with each other, what happens next? We have seen this in history. I have worked with and facilitated countless free, no-cost culture and climate surveys in education. These are only useful when the quantitative or qualitative data is genuinely used to move a system forward. The qualitative data is far more effective. People tend to use quantitative data because it's faster to collect and easier to distort for the use of any side or any opinion. I have seen far greater progress by creating places where school boards and administrators can listen in small groups. In this way, we build conversations, relationships, trust, honesty, and understanding. This is step one in the hard work of creating change. What are we looking to find in a school climate or culture survey? Sometimes we create what we hope to find. We do this on the internet every day. Social media is programmed to influence our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. In my education and work as a librarian, I learned that it is amazingly easy to find information that we already agree with, and our brains respond with a happy little bit of dopamine, nudging us to find more information that we already think is right, or might be right, or should be right. We can often find all sides when we research. So what does our mind, heart, gut, or ethics say? Do we spend $3,000 on a culture survey when the same information could be gathered for free by creating places to genuinely listen to students and families, building trust, and then moving forward to face challenges together? I suppose the intent of a culture survey is to show that those of us here in this room do or do not reflect the community as a whole. If a small group has concerns, does that make their concerns unimportant? Is the majority always right or ethical about all decisions? And with that, we are back to the I am right and you are wrong, or vice versa, and we've wasted a lot of time, energy, and money. So do we face the big issues or the little ones? Do we talk across the divisions, or do we continue to stay in our own groups, leaving someone else to sit alone at the cafeteria table? Do we fear or blame someone else or another group of people because it's easier than looking at ourselves? When students see adults focusing on blame, they are learning the role of victim. The role of victim is connected to addictions, substance abuse, immaturity, and a lack of an internal locus of control, believing that they have no choice in how they live their lives. Do we want to be victims? Do we want our children and teenagers to play the role of victim? Or do we want them to be strong, healthy adults, coping well with inevitable daily stress and making choices and decisions for their own lives? Are we so afraid of potential conflict with each other that we have to use lawsuits from multiple sides to get our points across? Do the lawsuits work, whether we win or lose, or do they just take money from the school system and taxpayers now and in the future? Is there an eventual pushback onto education anyway? Do courts really change education? There was a law passed to desegregate our schools a long time ago. Did that work, or do we mostly have white schools and black schools in this country for a whole lot of reasons that we often like to ignore? And do lawsuits create this eventual pushback? Do we acknowledge the years and often decades of studying education, or do we assume that anyone can walk into a classroom and teach? Do we listen to and work with school staff, or do we watch them with suspicion, looking for what some might think might be happening in the classroom? Are we so tied to the parenting styles of our own upbringing and families that we are unwilling to see that there are healthy parenting options that will benefit our children, teenagers, and schools? Do we spend our time and energy closely monitoring field trips and speakers? Do we talk about our children, about challenges in society, and what we value as a family? Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Morrison.
Ashley Morrison, Shrewsbury. First, I do want to thank President Hinkle for acknowledging that I did read the visitation policy at last month's meeting. I figured citing the pages in which I referenced specific statements would indicate that I did read it. So it is a little frustrating that there are some board members who keep stating that I and others haven't read the policy. I'm not going to spend too much time on the school board visitation policy, as I think I've made my concerns and opinion very clear over the last 2 meetings. You will vote how you choose on the policy. I'm not so naive to think I can change your mind on particular issues or policies, but that doesn't mean I won't continue to voice my concerns as well as others who may not feel comfortable or able to speak out. As we all know, it's Pride Month. I've been an ally and advocate for the LGBT community for decades. The pivotal moment in my life when I knew I needed to become more outspoken was back when I was in college. A friend of mine gathered our group of friends and came out to us. As she was doing so, she was crying. She was crying because when she came out in high school to her friends, she lost all of them except one. We reassured her that she wouldn't lose any of our friendships. It was heartbreaking that she was so worried she would lose us just because she was opening up to us. I realized, even though in my mind I thought people knew I was an ally, it wasn't apparent enough because I wasn't as vocal as I should have been. And people can call me woke or snowflake or whatever they want, but I call it speaking out against discrimination, fighting for equal rights, and most of all, doing anything I can so people can feel safe being their genuine self. In today's world, not allowing students to use their preferred pronouns is considered violating parental rights. Discriminating against trans athletes is promoted under the guise of protecting our girls, and book bans and restrictions of diverse authors and issues is pushed through as simply implementing an improved and more comprehensive vetting system. But it's good to know that even though the board voted to retain the ILC, who is known for creating policies on all these issues, that, as one board member said last month, quote, there was some discussion about hostility towards the LGBTQ, which there is no intention of that, end quote. Please know that policies don't need to be hostile to undermine LGBTQ students' feelings of being included. not allowing students to use their preferred pronouns or not providing books in which they may relate to also create an anti-LGBTQ environment. Another school board member, when pressed on if the board wants to talk to the ILC regarding policies about trans students playing sports, said they want to, quote, about students' participation in sports broadly. They want to discuss about students' participation in sports broadly. And then added, quote, I won't prohibit any student from participating in sports, barring any medical reason from their doctor. During last month's meeting, it was mentioned by a couple of board members that there were a lot of assumptions and mistruths during public comment. One way to prevent assumptions and mistruths is to answer questions that fellow board members, parents, and community members have asked clearly and honestly. So in the spirit of asking questions, I will end with a few questions I have. When you refer to students' participation in sports, are you including transgender students? Yes or no? When you say that you will not prohibit a student from participating in sports, does this include allowing transgender students playing on the team that corresponds with the gender they align with? Yes or no? When you talk about wanting to hear what the ILC has to say about parental rights, does this include preventing students from using preferred pronouns without parental consent? Yes or no? I'm sure I will have more questions in the future, but I think that's a good start. In the name of transparency, I appreciate clear answers so that we can reduce any further assumptions.
Thank you. Leanna Fieser. Dana Roush.
My name is Dana Roush, and I am from Cadores Township. Hello, board members and district administrators. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address some issues that are continuing to occur with school administration. Inappropriate actions made by our school administrators are causing great negative effects on many of the students within SYCSD. I wanted to mention that in my last meeting with school administration, I had the opportunity to have a psychiatric professional with adolescent expertise who also has decades of experience as a school parent-student liaison join me. Here is part of her observations. In regards to the situations and personnel at SYCSD, I have clearly witnessed inappropriateness committed by the school. Quite frankly, I am appalled by it. It is my professional opinion that the school needs to address situations like this when students are involved more appropriately. I have witnessed how treatment like what this family has received from the school can have a lasting, life-altering effect on children. A child's feelings should never be clearly dismissed as I have witnessed. That is the worst thing an education professional can do to a child. After hearing that I would be addressing the board, she had this to add. Since the meeting I attended, I have been informed and have witnessed continued similar issues with school officials. My decades of personally working with families and adolescents has provided me with the knowledge that these continued poor actions can cause a lifetime of trauma. Not providing a safe and supportive learning environment can be catastrophic, even life-ending. The ways in which certain matters are handled at the school level are reasons why many patients get admitted into psychiatric facilities. I strongly urge the board and district administrators to take these issues very seriously and take immediate action to prevent your students and your families from experiencing crisis caused by your own school administrators. I, too, have personally emphasized in meetings with school admin that it is imperative that these matters be taken seriously. In my opinion, it has been it falls on deaf ears, or they just don't care about the well-being of the students. For example, on the same day as my meeting, I witnessed them performing improper investigative techniques with a student in the exact same inappropriate manner I spoke about just a few hours prior. I am also in the midst of dealing with a situation where school admin has repeated the exact same error pertaining to very important information given to my child. Upon the request, we are in the process of setting up a meeting with the district so this repeated mistake can be explained to my already traumatized child who is still dealing with the effects of the first time this happened. I ask you, when will this stop? A child should only have to deal with their own age-appropriate situations and not be forced to endure the inappropriate manner in which things are handled and its repercussions. It only causes more harm to our children, which unfortunately my children have had to experience firsthand. I understand mistakes get made. Everybody makes mistakes. However, when they are repeated, it is then a choice. Within our district, students are responsible for their actions and mistakes and are held accountable. This is even incorporated in the mission statement. So what responsibility and accountability are the staff being held to? My situation is far from an isolated incident. Being completely transparent, numerous families dealing with the same kinds of issues have reached out to me. The district needs to ensure these negative actions by school administrators, which include but are not limited to unprofessionalism, dismissiveness, giving incorrect information, not honoring what they say, changing what they say to suit their purpose, and inappropriate investigative tactics do not continue to occur. Sorry, it was a mistake does not cut it anymore. The students do not get the option of using that as an excuse, so why should admin and staff? In my experience, the school admin has not followed their mission statement by cooperatively working with families. Do families need to resort to the same extreme measures that at times school administration has and involve legal action? Parents are saying that if the board and district admin can't correct these matters, perhaps the courts can. Is that what it will take to have these negative actions against our children stopped? I sincerely hope it does not get that far with any of these families, as no child should be forced to endure this. At this point, these matters are completely unacceptable and are still continuing to happen. Since I have exhausted all other options, I am formally requesting the board and district to investigate these matters regarding the actions of the school officials that are negatively impacting and hurting not only my family, but several others as well. Any assistance, questions, or input are always welcome, and I am more than happy to work with the school for this change. Thank you in advance for the attention and anticipated actions regarding this important matter concerning the school's failure to provide the students with the rights to have a safe and supportive learning environment. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Brad Renahan.
Good evening, Brad Renahan, Shrewsbury Township. President Henkel, first I'd like to bring up stuff that happened, came up in the local newspaper after the last board meeting. Some things were, as it was first reported, were taken way out of context, out of order. I think some reason the inferences that the school board had something to do with the death of an elementary school. And after several attempts of talking or emailing the reporter and the editor, I never got a response. They did change their story, but they never made no attempt to notify the public that they changed their story. It was meant only to divide this community. That's shameful, very shameful. One of the reasons that we're talking about agenda tonight is the health and safety plan. It needs to be done, and we don't need to pass other things, passing it off to other regulations. There's 9 smart people here who can do this. From past mistakes, passing the buck onto Harrisburg and Washington, D.C. I don't know if you saw the recent hearings in Washington, D.C., but Dr. Fauci in front of Congress admitted that the 6-foot rule, and we had to distance ourselves, came out of nowhere. Without any evidence, scientific evidence, that's what we had to live by. Let alone anything else, masks, anything else is just, there was nothing to back it up. It was all propaganda, and it was all to see who would comply and who wouldn't. Speaking of other experts, I don't know if people in this room know, but you know that the PSBA, the Pennsylvania School Board Association, would send policies and agendas to the school board, and that would be part of the meetings that we used to have. Thank goodness that is no longer the case. This district used to follow this, and this is the same PSBA that supported a national group that wanted the FBI to investigate parents that were out speaking out at board meetings. Did you also know that the PSBA, despite getting state taxpayer money and their employees being in the state employee pension fund, PESERS, as we hear it, just like our teachers, that they don't have to comply to right to know laws? If you call up and ask them a question, they will say, we don't have to answer you. Luckily, we have an awesome state senator in Kristen Phillips Hill who just passed through the Education Committee, Senate Bill 1175, to take away, and it was a bipartisan vote. She got Democrats to join with her on transparency for this one organization that is the only outlier of this provision. Another thing I'd like to bring up is it's not supposed protecting girls in sports. Tell that to the parents of the basketball girls of Massachusetts. 3 of them that got hurt by, girls' basketball team got hurt by a boy throwing them to the ground so hard that they were no longer able to participate in the game, that the team had to forfeit at halftime. And this was a week before their playoffs. I don't know if those girls played. I didn't follow up on the story, and I tried looking for it, but I didn't see. But I doubt they were 100% if they played, and they probably lost their next game. I have a 13-year-old girl, and if for some reason she decides to start playing sports like lacrosse, I would expect the school district to do some things to protect her, and not only her, but protect the girls who are currently playing. Thank you. God bless, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Brian Cobb?
Good evening, Brian Kopp, Southern York County District School taxpayer. I'm here tonight to discuss how the SYCSD School Board Policy Number 903 affects public conversation and public comment in the schools. We're going to discuss a case, Marshall v. Amaso, that was decided by or undertaken by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, case number 21-4336, decided November 17th, 2021. Pennsbury, PA, school district constituents sued after being silenced during school board meetings in May and June of 2021. Plaintiffs were silenced for naming specific school board members during their comments about policy. The PA Supreme Court ruled that the plaintiffs were denied their First Amendment rights and issued a 23-page memorandum. It's available online, outlining their findings and issuing a preliminary injunction and order to the Pennsbury School Board. I'm going to read you that order. And now, the 17th day of November 2021, upon consideration of plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction, defendant's response and opposition, and the court having conducted a hearing on November 8th, 2021 and November 12th, 2021, it is ordered that the motion is granted. Defendants, in this case the school board, are hereby enjoined, pending final judgment from enforcing, number 1, Pennsbury School Board Policy 903's prohibitions of speech deemed personally directed, abusive, irrelevant, offensive, otherwise inappropriate, or personal attacks. Number 2, Pennsbury School Board Policy 922's prohibition of speech deemed offensive, inappropriate, intolerant, disruptive, and verbally abusive. And number 3, Pennsbury School Board Policy 903's requirement that speakers at public comment periods preface their remarks by announcing their address. By the court, United States District Judge Jean E.K. Prater. This case was settled by the school board, the defense, for the plaintiff's legal fees. $300,000 of taxpayer money were paid to was settled upon. $300,000 that the school board had to pay out for legal representation. And the plaintiffs were given a nominal award of $17.91. 1791 is the year that the First Amendment of our Constitution was passed. The finding focused on viewpoint discrimination. The school board must allow both positive and negative comments directed at any individual during a school board per this decision. Speakers may discuss individuals as it pertains to policy discussions. In our case here, the public has the First Amendment right to discuss reasons for opposing the new visitation policy the board will address tonight. And if our reason is an individual on the board's actions, behavior, or speech, we may discuss it here by law. I submit that the SYSD School Board Policy 903, last revised August 5th, 1993, is outdated, contains outdated illegal restrictions based on the Marshall v. Amato case. Let us taxpayers hope that an expensive lawsuit settlement is not necessary for this board to rectify its policy and allow free speech here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christine Burns.
Christine Burns, and I live in Shrewsbury Township. Good evening, fellow board members. I'm speaking today about public comment. Over the past couple of years, and especially lately, public comment has turned from public addressing true board matters in an appropriate communication style to lies, accusations, misrepresentations, and in my opinion, never-ending drama. The theme I hear continuously is that everyone wants better for the students, but I never see any positive action come from this, only more words and less actions. Last month, I listened to an accusation about a board member given by a secondhand party that was false. How do I know they were false? Because I was at the event and saw firsthand everything that took place. This angers me that people can get up in front of the board and viewers on YouTube and disgrace board members from comments or stories taken out of context. I'm speaking today to ask you to consider creating an agenda item that public comment be removed from the live feed for a period of time. I'm not stating that public comment should ever be disbanded from any board meeting. This is where the community can freely speak about items on the agenda, and I fully support that. Unfortunately, public comment has turned away from doing good for the students and into who can shout the loudest and longest in front of YouTube members. It's disrespectful to our community and those families attending the school in our district. I feel that if a person would like to take part in public comment, that they attend the meetings or ask for a transcript. Visual entertainment is not necessary. I do not feel that public comment needs to be taken out of the live stream forever, but I do feel that a period is necessary to bring this community together and not continue to tear it apart. The comments that have been made of late are only a small percentage and not the consensus of this community. I recently saw in the illness and unfortunate passing of a student the community come together. I saw the community and the people outside the community unite in prayer for this child. I saw them create fundraisers for this child and his family. I saw the Southern York County community I love showing warrior pride and love in order to support this family in any way possible, whether it was extra prayer, sport team rallies, or fundraisers. This was the community I would like to see every day, a community that shows constant support for each other. Instead, what I see from public comment is opposition, threats, and a long list of credentials being laid out each week. I could have stood up here and told you my educational credentials, but in the end, whether I carry multiple degrees in education or I've been in education for over 20 years of my life, that makes no difference to the students of this community. What makes a difference are my actions and how I handle myself in the community. I know this decision will not be taken lightly if you choose to take a break from live public comment, but I do feel this is the best interest of the students and our community. Now is the time to regain unity and start the 2024-2025 school year off in the right direction, working together as one team instead of against each other. In conclusion, I want to read from Proverbs 6:16 through 19. There are 6 things the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush to evil, a false witness who pours out lies, a person who stirs up conflict in the community. I hope everyone here this evening takes these words to heart. Let's see more positive action from our community and less opposition. When we pull together and work together, we will see the fruits of our labors. My prayers are with each one of you this evening. May you hear only what the Lord wants you to hear and let everything else fall away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andy Parr.
Good evening. Andy Parr with the Shrewsbury Borough. I'm going to start by saying, to the board's credit, we appreciate all of the effort you're putting into Policy 12. I think that to go through multiple months of revisions shows dedication. However, I think that the initiative that we're seeing is just overtaking the actual scope of this policy, because as I read through it today, I did see a lot of changes, and I did see a lot of concessions on behalf of the board that I think were important, but I think that it's important to also realize that these policies have a lifespan that is much longer than any board member's tenure. Once they are enacted, it takes another act of the board to remove them. And, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, are we going to be in the same place? And are we going to be in a position to change that? So I'd like to take some time, even though granted administration has approved the most recent revision, and I believe the teachers union has as well. But I do want to take one last look before you guys go ahead and I presume vote on this tonight, to just address a couple things that stood out to me. Under the authority, it states that the board needs this to, quote unquote, be to make better informed decisions when the need arises. I find that interesting because, when does the need arise to actually be involved or see a situation to make a decision on it? There, over time have been people who don't even have children in the school district, and yet they sit on the board and they're able to make decisions without essentially a horse in the race. What does actually being there in the school gain? I think that, Dr. Bryson, I apologize, but he's got several decades of experience with this. If he felt the board needed to see something to make a decision on it, we could lean on him to bring them in at that point. So it's not even about, is there a need? It's who determines that need. At this point, the board, we want to give the board the ability to say, I need to be in there to see this, to understand this, so I can make a decision on it. Well, I don't know if that's really as deeply as boards were intended to get. If I go to an auto shop, do I have to go actually see the internal engine damage to authorize the mechanic to do the work? On that topic, there were 2 things that were moved from prohibited activities to exemptions, as they're called, although exemptions typically are a freedom, not a stipulation from my understanding. So the administration of state assessments, I presume this was so the board could go in during the PSSAs and see how they were done, things like that. I don't really think that it's necessary for the board to need to see how PSSAs are done. They're a state level thing. They're not an optional thing. So I think that probably would be better suited in prohibitions. And then entry into private spaces. This one is one that's curious for me. I agree. If any member of the board is visiting a school, they should be entitled access to a lavatory. We're not trying to do that, but this covers elementary, middle, and high schools, and I think about what an 8-year-old boy might feel like if a board member walks into a student lavatory because they really got to go, and, Granted, I don't think there will be any wrongdoing, but I don't think that boy would really feel comfortable. So I think that that could be expanded upon in the policy to state that maybe we only use faculty lavatories when they are available. It also, is odd to put the lavatory piece under exemptions because it essentially means that they have to call Dr. Bryson or the administrator to say, hey, can I go to the bathroom? Actually, under this, it says they have to call him. So, making a cell phone call when you got to go to the bathroom doesn't really make a ton of sense. You might want to update that so that at least the building administrator can have permission there. Under prohibitions, however, teachers and administrators were not mentioned during the student and family meetings piece, which to me is concerning. I think those need to be indemnified. And I think that
Thank you. Captain John Smith.
Captain Jack Smith, I'm the commander of the VFW in New Freedom. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank someone that I worked with for quite a few years here at Susquehannock, and that's Dr. Kevin Mullen. Found out that he's moving on, but I would like to thank him for the opportunities to be working with him and all he did for me and he's done for the VFW. I also like to congratulate the 6 graduates who saw in their heart to become members of the Armed Forces of the United States. We had started something at the VFW where we present each one of the graduates with a challenge coin from their branch of service, and I did that again this year, and I was really pleased that Dr. Mullen took that time to place that out. I'd also like to thank the lady who just spoke. A lot of truth in that. The most important thing to remember, people, especially coming from the military aspect of it, is what I wear on my back nowadays. What I wear on my back says, I may not believe in what you say, but I have defended with my life your right to say it. I think if a lot of people would remember, you get more done by compromise than you do by putting the word out and saying that this is law and that's the way it is. So I didn't come to complain. I'm going to say something that I said at the last time I spoke at a school board meeting. I didn't vote for any of you, but I respect what you're doing, and I respect that you're attempting to make it a better place for the students at Susquehanna and Southern School District. With that, I thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Mary Nace.
Mary Nace, Shrewsbury Township, or Borough, I think I'm in. Now, there's been a lot of things said, and one of the things that we talked a lot about, or some people talked about, is this policy of the board going into the schools. And I'm not really sure why you guys changed it multiple times, I think to fit the needs of the people that want it. Personally, I don't think it's the policy that everybody's mad at. It's the people that are putting it in place. They don't want you all to go in the school. It has nothing to do, the policy could say anything. It doesn't matter. It's the people. And I personally think our board and boards previous should be in our school, because every third Thursday at these board meetings, I hear how this isn't happening in their school or this is happening. Maybe if the boards would have went in previously, we wouldn't have the issues we are having. Just my thought. Now, we have a lot of volunteers Volunteers go into our school. I didn't read a policy on volunteers, so I don't know. But I've seen volunteers walk from classroom to classroom. I've seen them talk to teachers. I've seen them talk to students. I've seen them do all these things. So we have volunteers that can talk to students. We have volunteers that can talk to teachers, maybe whisper some things in their ears. We have them going from classroom to classroom. We have volunteers that serve lunch all day. All day they're at the school. But we're worried about our board, our elected board. The people of our community put you in here to change our schools, and that's what we're worried about. I've had people come up to me and tell me about my children and how they want to be in the school board, and how they want to be in the school and watching. These are regular parents, not the school board. I'm hearing about bathrooms. Bathrooms? Do you know my son is in the middle school? He tells me how teachers come in and pee right next to him. Really? That's kind of weird to me. And we're worried about our board members going to the bathroom. Not that I think that they should be with the kids going to the bathroom, but that's what we're worried about. Where are the teachers' bathrooms? Like I said, my son's like, I had a conversation with Mr. So-and-so. Kind of weird to me that my teacher and my son are in the same bathroom together. But again, we're worried about, and we're talking about board members going into the bathroom with our kids. Again, they shouldn't be in the bathroom with the kids. I get that, but that's what we're worried about. My next big issue is, and that people were talking about, is the ILC. I want to thank you for retaining the ILC. I'm going to tell you about my daughter because everybody else likes to tell them about their rights and what their kids and how their kids aren't treated unfairly. My daughter wakes up 6 o'clock in January and February to go to White Rose Arena an hour away so she can play lacrosse. She practices on the park and ride on Wednesday nights in February and March, the coldest nights, so she can play lacrosse. She is now at a practice 93, 95, 100 degrees, so she can play high school lacrosse. So my daughter wants to play lacrosse. I don't want a young man that's a little confused, and I'm going to say that, coming into her bathroom, changing in front of her, and her expected that she should be able to change in front of her as well. I don't want that. I don't want him on the field with her. Boys lacrosse is much different than girls lacrosse. I don't want her getting banged in the head with a lacrosse ball by a boy so that she may not only not ever play lacrosse again, but maybe not even be able to function in the real world. My daughter fights too, and I will not stand up here. I don't know what you are going to do with the ILC. I really do hope that you come in with the laws and the rules for this. And I will tell you right now, the NAIA voted 20-0 in favor to adopt a new policy. This is in colleges to ban transgender women from competing in women's sports programs. Also right now, Kentucky blocked the new, the Title IX from President Biden. Not only Kentucky, but 10 other states are agreeing with him. So I really hope that we look at these issues and think about our girls, because yes, it isn't under the pretense of protecting for girls' safety and rights. It is for our girls. And so I hope that you all think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any discussion or public comments from anyone? Obviously, if it's related to an agenda item, we can wait until that item. No? All right. Moving on to the consent agenda. Oh, sorry, you're good. Yep, right. Sorry, we're going to bring up 10.01 out of respect to our to our assistant principal from Shrewsbury, so that he can go celebrate with his family afterwards. So 10.01, thank you. All right, I will pass this over to Mrs. Hall.
Okay. Item 10.01 is the Board of Education to consider approval of appointing Robert Van Vorst as Shrewsbury Elementary School Principal at a salary of $119,000 effective July 1st, 2024. I would like to make a motion to approve appointing Robert Van Vorst as Shrewsbury Elementary School Principal at a salary of $119,000 effective July 1st, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any nays or abstentions? Any discussion? No. That motion approves. I think I did that backwards, but I was so excited for you, so yay!
Well, good evening, school board members, Dr. Bryson, Dr. Reppert, Mrs. Green, rest of the Southern York County community. It's really a pleasure to be up here this evening, and I got to tell you, I'm very excited to get started as principal of Shrewsbury Elementary School. I'm entering my 12th year here in the district, and one thing that stood out to me in my 12 years is the amount of support that I've received every year, from families to our awesome students, fantastic teachers, staff, and our administrative team. And as principal, when I start out, one of my biggest goals is to return that same level of support to all of those folks that have been here for me throughout my time so far here in the district. Not only to continue to grow, but for all of us to be our best. So thank you for this opportunity, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight. With that being said, I have, when we talk about being our best, I brought three very important people with me tonight. They're here with me, my wife, Christina, my daughter, Lila, and my son, Luke. We have a very eventful August coming up for us as a family. So first off, and it's great to be able to put them kind of on the spot here, by the way. This is fun. So in August, Christina and I, we are celebrating our 20th wedding anniversary. So that's coming up. Lila will turn 16 and will start to drive. So we know how that is maybe going to go. And Luke is going to start his freshman year in high school. So I'm an official high school dad now. But thank you for letting me come up, say a few words, and again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Real quick, Rob, before you left with the family, thank you for the over-decade service already. Thank you for stepping up and taking on a new challenge. And I say this as many times as people will listen. This field is dwindling with good people for these positions, whether it's administrative, teaching positions, bus drivers. I think we struggle in all fields to really get the right people in the right positions and support our students. And you are the right person for the job. So thank you. To your family, thank you so much for sharing him with the Southern community. It means the world.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now I can go back.
Take it for ice cream.
Let her drive.
Yeah, let her drive.
All right, now heading back to item 7, the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they need to pull out of the consent agenda? It was a long one, so I can't remember if anyone mentioned anything to me. No? All right, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Moving on to item 8, education report, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Henkel.
All right. 8.01, we have the Southern York County School District Health and Safety Plan, and we had amended this plan and passed it as a board a couple of months ago. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the Southern York County School District Health and Safety Plan, the effective the date approval into September 30th, 2024, and then hopefully we can be done with this. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, open the floor to discussion. Does anybody have anything to add? Just to clarify, there are not any significant changes.
Nothing.
for the public
We've changed
document.
nothing.
Yeah, it's just a formality to do it now, so we're in line with the routine of when it needs approved again.
It won't be needed approved again.
This is the
right?
last time.
We do have to approve it in September?
No, we don't.
No, it
it's over
ends.
then.
I didn't think so.
Sorry.
Yep. Alrighty, any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.02, it's the field trips for the 2024-2025 school year for all of our individual buildings. And Dr. Reppert, I know you wanted to say something about this.
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. To the school board, since we do have several new school board members that weren't part of this process last year, and for the community, just to review, each June, the school board is tasked with approving the field trips for the upcoming school year. The administrations from the elementary, middle, and the high school, in the draft that you see, anything that is currently in black were previously approved field trips for the designated schools, and then any new field trips that were proposed by either an elementary, middle, or the high school would be denoted in red at the end of each of those sections. So I just wanted to kind of give that overview of the process. There are some of these field trips that we do not have specific dates here when they're occurring, but there are some field trips that we do know will be occurring early in the fall. For instance, I spoke with Mrs. Henkel, like versus the band competitions. Though they won't be occurring in August, they will start sometime in September. So I just wanted to kind of give the overview. The goal of the administration is to provide the school board with a comprehensive list of all of the field trips for the upcoming school year. And there are times on occasion, I know with the school board, we've had either a modification to a field trip or maybe a new field trip that was proposed by the administration that we brought, individually back to the board. But our goal is to generally bring like a list, because this would then give the advisors, the administrators, the teachers the opportunity to start planning and preparing. And I think the most important piece with the planning and preparing is a lot of times when we're looking at field trips that incur the cost for transportation, there's generally a deposit that would need to be put down. So that's one piece that sometimes may prolong, the possibility of certain field trips, as you go through that approval process. So whether it's bus transportation through first student, if it's something longer, or if it ends up being something coach, for instance, for the longer trips, I believe the band it may have used that, on their Florida trip. But those things do get factored in once the field trips get approved. So that's just my overview.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the proposed elementary, middle, and high school field trip list for the 2024-2025 school year. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and open the floor to discussion, which I'm going to immediately revoke and say that I want to go ahead and move to table this item, and the rationale that I have for that, I know we need to have, well, actually, I move to table this. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Opening the floor to discussion for the tabling. There's 80-plus field trips here, and in the spirit of transparency, I have a lot of questions, and I've asked admin. Some of these, it's ambiguous. We don't have all the data on it, and I think that to allow the admin to have the time to be able to give us some of the answers. I mean, I certainly understand the to be decided for things. I understand the dates, but some of these things we're approving to go to a place to hear a speaker that is not named, or a time, it's just too much not, lacking. And so I think that we need more clarity about what it is exactly that we're approving. And then I'll be honest, also, it's 80-plus field trips. It's a lot. I have a lot of questions. So that's my justification. Does anybody have anything to add?
I had a lot of the same questions. And then I wondered, because I have children that go through here, and there's a lot of field trips on here. Are these all field trips that are always taken, or is this a bank of possible field trips? Because there's a lot.
To answer that is, the ones in red are the new. The ones that were previously board approved are either utilized, or I believe as you use the term banked, Mrs. Hall, that if a administration or a building would like to utilize that, then they wouldn't have to come back to the board to have that approved. So I hope that answers your question.
Would we be able to look at it quarterly, just to break down the list?
When you say look at quarterly based on
Well,
when
or
they're
maybe by
scheduled?
marking period.
I mean, based on
Well,
when when they're scheduling them, just so I have a,
yeah, like, so what would be coming up in the first marking period? What would be coming up in the second marking period?
okay.
I mean, I don't know, I'm just asking as a way to break it down.
Yeah, it'd be useful to, because I know some of these they made the list, but there are things that are not, there are things that happened in the past, but they were one-offs. So it'd be useful to just have that kind of pared down so that we see exactly what the trips actually will be. So we don't think something's going to happen and it's not actually.
Okay.
I think those are two different things, which is completely fine. One's paring down, one's redesigning or doing it quarterly. I just make a suggestion from a sense of efficiency. I think our staff would rather pare it down, make it more official, because I feel like there may be the potential of missing more by doing it because we're repeating it. But we can take a look at it for August and go with a recommendation in August based on.
And just to be clear, I'm comfortable with either, I was just trying to give a different idea.
And just to clarify, when we do have it broken down, because, this is something we've always done. So I appreciate the board saying, okay, let's look at it differently. So I think two pieces I'm hearing is, one, pare it down to what we're actually doing. And then if we could pare it down based on quarterly when they're occurring.
Maybe a timeline, right?
So then we have a better idea, especially for planning purposes, so parents would have an idea that math counts is here, or the Avidum trip is going to be during this time for that school level. Okay.
And then can I, one more thing.
Yes.
I know that there are things, I'm sort of trying to think of categories. I know there are things in here that are field trips for classes, but then there's also club field trips, so that's a different audience, right?
Right.
And then there is kind of the extracurricular field trips. So I, just even knowing, I mean, I think some of them are probably self-evident, band is extracurricular, but some of the other ones maybe just to, if it's with a club.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll bring that back in August.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruppert. I really appreciate that. Does anybody else have anything to add? All right, so the motion on the table right now is to table this. Let's go ahead and put it to a vote. Are there any nays or abstentions to that motion? All right, so that motion carries. Let's go ahead and go to 8.03, and that's the agreement that is between the Crisis Management Institute and the Southern York County School District for further professional development. I'm going to kick that over to Dr. Ruppert to explain what that is.
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. The Crisis Management Institute and the affiliation we had with them specifically provided our district what we call flight training specific to crisis incidents, how to respond, what are the procedures, what are the roles of the individuals within our school district. We had a 4-day training last year. Those of you may remember, we had a little windstorm, a little tornado that came through here. It actually displaced us, and our neighbors at Dallastown Intermediate School allowed us to go there for the 4 days for that training. And it was just absolutely, from my opinion, the most focused and much needed training that our school social workers, psychologists, counselors, nurses, administrators, and even our contracted services of mental health. We had our Pennsylvania Comprehensive Behavioral Health that provides counseling, as well as our representatives from True North were also part of that as well as the Employee Assistance Program, where we're part of that training. And we also had local clergy that participate in it. And we were able to utilize the scope of that training for regarding the student friendship that had passed. And all those systems were put in place at the building and the district level. And when we have to compare that, and I can personally compare it to previous crisis incidents that we've had to deal with in our district, that was, yes, we had some flaws, things we had to address, but the team was prepared for it. So why this is on here is we're bringing the trainer to come back. There's additional resources that she's going to provide us. She's going to take a look at some of the procedures that we have put in place and then provide her reflection and feedback. I've had ongoing dialogue with her since the training we had last summer, and really looking forward for the opportunity, if the board approves, for her to come back and work with that same group of team members, because it's truly, when you look at when there's a crisis that impacts our district, we want to make sure we have the individuals trained that are comfortable, but more importantly certified in the areas in order to do so. And this was one of the professional development sessions that has really, provided that stability and that more comfort level for those individuals dealing with crisis.
And you had shared with me, I believe, that she's not local. She flies in, she travels far to be here.
Yeah, she's only from Oregon.
Only.
Yeah.
It's walking distance.
Yeah, only from Oregon. But she travels nationally, and any of the major school crises that, even the casualty events that have occurred in schools, she's the one that districts have been contacting to come in and support their teams. And fortunately, we had the ability to have her personally come and work with over 30 members of our team.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the agreement between the Crisis Management Institute and Southern York County School District for further professional development for district administration staff and school personnel related to the response to school tragedies and crises.
So moved. Sorry.
The training is to be held on October 2nd, 2024, at a cost of $6,500 to the district. May I have a second, please?
Second.
All right, do we have any conversation that we would like with this now that's on the table? All righty, any nays or abstentions? All right, that motion carries. Brings us to 8.04. That's the agreement that we have with our digital learning provider. I move to approve an agreement with Lincoln Intermediate Unit 12 for participation in Lincoln Edge digital learning for the 2024-2025 school year from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? All righty, any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. That brings us to 8.05, the affiliation agreements. Motion to approve the affiliation agreements between, first one is Commonwealth University of Pennsylvania and Southern York County School District for a term of 5 years through June 20th, 2029. And then the second one is Western Governors University on behalf of its, is it Leavitt? Leavitt? Is that what it is? There's an A there. School of Health in Southern York County School District for an indefinite term or until terminated with no less than 90 days prior notice. And both of those, the first one is to be able to have cooperation to have more teachers into our district. And then the second one, correct me if I'm wrong, is nurses, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So may I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on any of those items? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. That brings us to 8.6, which is the amendment to the Educational Institution Agreement with Maxim Healthcare Services. Dr. Reppert, all yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. For the school board, we were in contract with Maxim last year to provide personal nurses for students with IEPs that needed that personal nursing care during the school day, which goes beyond what our school nurses would be able to provide, that constant healthcare support. Going into this year, we have we're in need of one nurse for the upcoming school year to provide those services. So therefore, the contract that you see is that we would continue with service with Maxim for one nurse based on the needs in our district.
I'm going to go ahead and move to approve an amendment to the educational institution agreement with Maxim Healthcare Services for the 2024-2025 school year to provide individualized nursing care. May I have a second?
Second.
And do we have any discussion on this one? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.07 is the speaker approved through the vetting process. I move to approve the cost associated with the following speaker that has been approved through the vetting process. PA Friends of Agriculture to present their Mobile Ag Ed Science Lab program to all Southern York County School District elementary students at a cost of $2,400 per school. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Brings us to 8.08, which is the curriculum maps. Dr. Reppert, all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Hinkle. For the school board, this evening, we have 8 maps to be approved, 4 in the area of math and 4 in the area of music. As we've done in our previous board meetings, just did a quick highlight. As you can see within the template, there has been no change regarding the components and I chose one specifically regarding music and composing. So Kat, if you can kind of scroll down a little bit. This one, as you take a look at, what are the standards, what are, the meanings, the acquisition skills, et cetera. When you're looking at composing, the one that really jumped out at me is dancing, move to perform, read, notate, dance, create, choreograph, music. I really want to see Dr. Bryson next year, be part of, what?
Nothing.
Okay, so I will make sure that when Dr. Bryson has a scheduled visit, they're doing something specific to dance. But it really gives us an opportunity as you go through for the community and the parents and the board, when you go through each of these components that are being approved, there's a lot of thought and a lot of focus that's being put in there, how to actively engage the students to really address what is the specific standards, but more importantly, what are the activities that are going to be done to help teach those areas. So don't worry, Dr. Bryson, I won't video anything. So that's just a quick snapshot, again, of the maps. We will continue to have maps, as we mentioned before, as we're transitioning over to the EduPlanet, in that format, but just wanted to make sure that the board's, has a sample highlight of something that really jumped out to me.
Thank you so much. And again, Dr. Hughes is absolutely incredible. She goes above and beyond, and just kudos to her for that.
As well as the staff members that are actually doing the writing.
Yep.
So thank you for bringing that up, Mrs. Henkel.
Yep. So let's go ahead and move to approve the following Stage 1 curriculum maps as district-wide master maps. And I'm going to go ahead and just refer you for the ones that are on the agenda. I won't read them all. May I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion?
Just a huge thank you to the staff and Dr. Hughes. It's a lot of work put into that, and it's not required from the legislative perspective just yet, and she's ahead of the game.
Yeah, we are
Any
very
parent
ahead.
that wants to see what their child is learning and what's happening in their life on a day-to-day, they can get a quick snapshot, or they can dig in a little deeper and see a whole lot more if they want to, and it's just exemplary, wonderful stuff.
Well said. Anybody else? All right. Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.09, you guys know I love this part, the novel adoption. I move to approve the following novel adoption, The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, for grade 12. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 8.10, educational updates from Dr. Reppert. I guess that's probably you, huh?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. So for the school board, there are 2 items that I wanted to come back to and updates that were brought up at the previous school board meeting, just for public awareness. The first one was regarding the Panorama education, which was an item that was brought up for, an action item that was brought up for approval. After the school board meeting, I did meet with many of the administrators and those that were involved in the process that we do regarding surveying of our students. And the one thing that we've come to the conclusion with, we have multiple survey instruments that we're utilizing, which I'm going to touch base at the next one, but our PDE climate survey. We have the PAYS, which is the Pennsylvania Youth Survey, and since we adopted Marzano and utilizing the surveying of students using our quick data, we're able to get an encompassing overview of the climate and culture and how our students are doing as a result of those surveys. When we adopted Panorama was during the pandemic, and it was a survey instrument that we're utilizing, but that was before we adopted Marzano into the mix of things. So after speaking with the administration, our goal would be not to move forward with Panorama, but we're going to utilize those three survey instruments, our PDE climate, our PAYS survey, and our HRS data, in order to compile and triangulate how things are going within our district. So we believe we do not need that fourth instrument of the Panorama. So I wanted to come back to the board and let everybody know that's what our discussion and decision has been. So we appreciate you asking to table it, because then we had an opportunity to go back and further discuss, and we're able to pull a lot of the same information from our other data sources.
Team effort.
Collaboration for the win. And just for public consumption, that saved $8,500, correct?
Well,
Or it's
that
grants.
$85, that was budgeted out of our Pennsylvania
It's a grant.
PCCD grant. I'll go there.
But at a cost of
So that would have been funded out of PCCD grant. What we would need to do as a district is, now that we're not funding it, we have to take a look and see how that can be, if it can be repurposed and how it can be repurposed. Am I correct with that, Mrs. Green?
Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much.
And regarding the second item on there, climate survey results, I've been working with all the administrators that in August, our plan is to come back to the board and highlight some of the comparative data between those three survey instruments and looking at perceptions. Now, just please keep in mind, when we look at PDE, we have parent, teacher, student. When we look at the Pennsylvania Youth Survey, that is just a student survey, just so you're aware. So we have student data. And then when we look at the HRS, High Reliability Schools, we would have survey results from all three. So just as we do come back, when we look at the comparative data regarding students, we would have all three that we would be able to share some similarities when it looks at school safety, support within the schools, et cetera. So we will bring that back to you in August, and during the education section, Dr. Hughes and I will present that to the board.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, brings us to 8.11, True North Wellness Renewal Contracts, and that's for the elementary and secondary student assistance programs. Go ahead, Dr. Reppert.
Thank you, Mr. Henkel. Just wanted to, this was another item that was tabled at the last school board meeting. So I wanted to come back to the board with additional, information. When we look at True North, there's two components, and I'm going to try not to blur them, so I won't. I'll just stick with 8.11 right now. True North is the current counseling agency that we utilize for our student assistance, and that is just for screening of students. So when there's a concern that is brought to the administration or the school counselor or the school social worker, the student assistance program team that's in each of our buildings can then make a recommendation to the parent, a referral, for their child to be screened to determine whether for whatever mental health concern is transpiring. And at that point, the parent needs to make a decision whether they want their child to be screened or not. And the screening piece is 3 sessions. It's up to, it could be 3 one-hour sessions. And then it provides, then the member from True North, they will then make a recommendation to the parent what would be the recommendation, whether it's individual counseling, whether it's parent counseling, or whatever it may be. And the parent gets to select who they would go through for the counseling. It does not have to be with True North. I know we have several others that are, local within our district, or even in the York area, that a parent can choose based on that recommendation. So my recommendation to the board, because this was brought up as a tabled item, is we need to make sure we have those services ready to roll once those students step in to our doors in August. If the board would like us to consider opening that up for other potential agencies, my recommendation to the board is that for this upcoming school year to 24-25, we remain with True North for the mental health, for the assessment piece, for the screening. And then we can start that process in the early fall of, identifying if there are other individual agencies that want to be part or be that lead agent for the screening. There is training and certification that is required. One of those that the agency must be Student Assistance Program certified through the state of Pennsylvania. So as we look at, potential programs, that would be one of the requirements as we are, interviewing those agencies. And then we could bring back the recommendation for the admin team and the members that sit on the Student Assistance Program teams in each of the buildings. We would have varied members of those that would sit on that interview team, similar to any other position or program that we may look at, and then we would bring it to the board for recommendation. So, Mrs. Henkel, that's what my recommendation would be, just so we don't run into a lapse of service at that start of the school year.
Thank you for that explanation. Right?
If I can ask one question then.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, one of the potential modifications would be that list of individuals that they would be able to select from. Is that what I'm hearing? That the parents would be able to select from?
So if a student goes through the screening, through that process with True North, the parent can then select wherever they want to take their child for further counseling. What I was proposing is for the board, if we stay with True North through this school year, and if the board wants us to open up and look at other potential agencies to do that screening, we could start that process early in the fall and then make a recommendation back to the board earlier to the board if we need to make a change, or if it remains with True North, it would just come at the end of the school year as a renewal of that contract going into the 26-27 school year. That is, thank you, Mr. Hall.
25, 26.
Jumping ahead.
All right, you got me, Mrs. Green.
She's the numbers lady.
That's right.
All right. I move to approve the renewal contracts for the 2024-2025 school year with True North Wellness for elementary and secondary student assistance programs for $12,781.60 and $15,929.47 respectively. May I have a second, please?
Second.
All right, let's open up the floor to discussion. I will say that I definitely want to take you up on your recommendation, Dr. Reppert. I would like, you were talking about a committee made by the admin to go ahead and see what we could find to replace True North for the screening. That definitely is something I would be interested in having you guys do. Does anybody else have anything?
Well, with the Are you referring to the selection committee?
No, just for it to go ahead and approve this
Okay.
is my comfort level. I don't know what everybody else's is, but then per your recommendation, going ahead for next year, in anticipation of next year, setting up an admin committee to go ahead and try to vet who could, and maybe the answer is no one. Maybe the answer is True North is the best one, right? But who's out there who could do the screening process for us? That's my comfort level. That's what, I like that recommendation. Anybody else? All righty. Any nays or abstentions to this motion? All right, that motion carries. And that brings us to another one that looks similar but isn't, 8.12. That's the renewal agreement with True North as well. This one is for the drug and alcohol liaison services. Go ahead and Dr. Reppert and tell us the breakdown for this one.
Yeah, and for the school board and community, when we're looking at the drug and alcohol, that is grant funded for the same services regarding the screening sessions. Therefore, based on the grant, we're locked into utilizing True North for the drug and alcohol piece. So I just wanted to provide that clarification.
All righty. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve a renewal agreement with True North Wellness for the purposes of drug and alcohol liaison services at no cost to the district for the 2024-25 school year. May I have a second, please?
Second.
All right, opening the floor for discussion. And I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Reppert said and make sure that I understand. So this is required and we have to use True North, correct?
That's part of the grant, that's
Right,
correct.
so literally nothing, no movement, no play in this at all. All right, okay. Anybody else, any discussions? All righty, any nays or abstentions? This motion too carries. And that is all I have for the education report.
All right, next we have our finance and budget report, and I'll turn it over to our treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. President. 9.01. Sue has graced us with a little condensing here. We now have the treasurer's report, tax collection report, budget status report, and the cafeteria report, all under one item. So I am going to do a quick rundown on the account balances. General fund, beginning of the month, $10 million, $138,227.50. At the end of the month, $9,335,622.21. For the investment accounts, we started the month $30,692,707.75. And at the end of the month, $33,725,349.32. The rest of the reports are there for review. 9.02, bills for payment. I move to approve the bills for payment as presented.
Second.
Okay, may I have a second? I got a second. Any questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.03. Do you want to talk about this one first, or shall we motion first?
Whichever you like.
Okay, I'm going to start with the motion. I'm going to make a motion to approve the exonerations and refunds. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Sue, you have some information on this?
So there are two exonerations this month. One is for the Spirit Trust Lutheran Properties. We have an agreement with them, so each year we exonerate them at this time of the year, and then we rebill according to the agreement we have with them. So we'll rebill as of July 1st. And the second property is the farmland that we own in New Freedom, so we exonerate it because we don't pay ourselves. So that's the two exonerations.
Any other questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.04. I'm going to make a motion to approve the budget transfers as shared here.
Second.
Any questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.05. I'm going to make a motion to approve the district's business insurance program for 2024 through 2025. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Real quick, this will include our increased cyber security insurance, giving us $4 million of insurance instead of, we currently have $3 million. This does represent about a 15% increase over last year. And deductibles for, water claims and errors and emissions have continued to go up.
Yeah, so our deductibles for those two areas are going from $5,000 to $25,000. That is not a Southern-specific change. That is book of business because those tend to be the higher claim areas. So that's across Pennsylvania. So that's not because we have any particular issue here. That's just across the board. But overall, even though it's a 15% increase for insurance, that's pretty stable in this environment. I will also add that one of our larger increases there is workers' comp, but we are extremely low in what we pay in workers' comp compared to last year. So we were up over $220,000. We're down around $120,000. So when you're that low, you tend to go up. So feel pretty good about the numbers. We're well under budget. We were expecting about a 25% overall increase. So pretty good.
Any other questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.06, this is the keep the lights on while we take a month off item. So I'm going to make a motion to authorize the administration to, 1, pay July bills as required. All bills paid between the June meeting and August meeting will be brought to the August board meeting for subsequent approval. 2, record annual year-end budget transfers as required. And 3, assign general fund balance that exceeds 5% as of June 30th, 2024 for use in capital projects in the district. May I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? Any discussion?
Seems pretty necessary.
It does. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Business continues. All right, 9.07. This is for your information. This is related to tax rebate program that benefits seniors and disabled. 9.08. I'm going to make a motion to approve the depositories for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. May I have a second?
Second.
There are no changes this year compared to last year. This is still M&T and our standard, so. Any questions on this? Any nays or abstentions? There are none, motion passes. 9.09, we make a motion to approve the cost of Clever IDM Clever IDM Identity Management Software for the 2024-2025 fiscal year at an amount of $6,436.69 to be purchased through SHI. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Just for clarification, this is a change. This is going to be a lower cost to the district by about $12,000, and it better integrates with our other systems. Is that correct, Sue?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, moving along. This motion passes. 9.10. Make a motion to approve the sale of 900 retired Chromebooks to AGI Repair, Inc. at an estimated value of up to a total of $7,200. May I have a second?
Second.
Any questions, discussion?
Yeah, just thank you to all the work that took to get that taken care of. I'm sure it was a little bit of a conundrum, looking at the board briefing from Mr. Hunt, all the activity he needed to take via phone call and research to figure out the best way to retire these Chromebooks and gain some funding for the district. A lot of hard work, so thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 9.11, update on the website conversion. I'm going to hand this over to Mrs. Green.
Thank you. So work on our district's website is continuing this summer. We have been working through things. Kind of a recap, our website provider Blackboard was purchased by Finalsite. And so we did a proposal and worked through which website we were going to go with. We are sticking with we're going with Finalsite. But as part of the conversion, they're behind because they're converting a lot of different clients. So we're working through that. We're doing well. The one thing that as we're working through things is that we can change over at any point in time. There really will not be an impact to users. So back years ago when we did a website conversion, we had to take one down, have it down a couple days and then come back up. So we had to do it over a break. At this point, we do not have, it doesn't work that way. We basically take one down, the other one goes up. And besides it looking different, it's pretty seamless. So what we would like to do is we're going to continue to work through getting the conversion to the best point we can. It's not going to be perfect because there's a lot of pieces in there, but the best point we can, and then do the transition over. So we just wanted to, this evening, give an update on that. I do want to give a shout out to Mrs. Orwanowitz, who's going to be upset with me for doing it, you know, for all the work she's doing. There are hundreds and hundreds of pages to the website. And it is, you know, she's doing an excellent job of updating things. There's a lot of stuff out there, and we had our, while we converted about 6-8 years ago, it was to an existing website, so there's a lot of stuff underneath there, so she's working through all that. So I just wanted to kind of give an update, and we're kind of excited to roll out the new one. So it's probably going to be fall, but we'll keep you posted.
Sounds
Miss
great.
anything? All right.
Looking forward, thank you.
Yes. Let me get all the curriculum maps on there.
Good to go.
Awesome.
Yep.
All right. Great, thank you very much. 9:12, I'm going to make a motion to approve an agreement with the Lincoln Intermediate Unit for Access Program Support Services. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this item? Any questions? All right. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. My favorite one of the entire evening, yes, 9:13. I'm going to make a motion to approve the purchase of a charcoal grill from Trimark at a cost of $1,383.20. The purchase is for use in our food service program and will be paid for using funds from the food service account. May I have a second for grill?
Second.
I know you want to say something about this one.
Well, the only thing I'm going to say is just a shout out to our new food service provider. We may mention that we've been trying to get a grill to grill for the students. And we were kind of like, charcoal, really? But versus propane. So we're pretty excited. We think the aromas and everything will be great for, you know, for lunch. And the one thing, they're pretty excited, and they're like, oh, we'd love to have 3. And I said, let's get 1, and then we'll make sure that works. And then it'd be nice to have 1 on each campus. So, yeah, we are excited. I think that would be great to. It always makes you, it's like a happy thing when you smell charcoal. So
Oh, it
we're
is.
pretty excited.
I want to be there for the first burger.
What's that?
You're nervous that I'm about ready to speak. Can we avoid like a fire alarm
No.
going off?
Because, you know, I love when that happens.
Just outside the building. So who thought power cords could do such things? Charcoal grills. We could really get it going.
I was going to say, it doesn't have a power cord.
Fire can't possibly happen.
We will avoid that. No, so we are.
I am not busting on you.
I'm
I'm really not.
So again, I think, you know, one of the things is we always talk about is, if you think of charcoal grills and things, that's really what we want for the students, is that happy feeling and the excitement to go to lunch.
I just have to say, my have school lunches changed since like, what, next, sushi? Are they getting sushi too? I mean, it's, that's,
I don't know.
it's incredible, awesome.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I do have one question, sort of related around Chartwell's, is the food service for concessions. I know as a parent going around and, seeing other school districts offer things like crab soup and, loaded potatoes and things like that. I know that they can do something when it comes to offering good things to the community when they come out to watch the games. However, I do wonder, and maybe we can discuss this, at the next meeting or however, is that going to have an impact on the boosters that sell candy and different things like that? Is there a best of both worlds kind of opportunity there where we can offer the good foods to the community but still not offset the purse of boosters by offering that? Just kind of throwing it out there to get those juices flowing maybe for next time.
Generally, the food service company does not do the concessions. So if you're going somewhere else and they're having stuff, that is probably some parent organization doing that. Now, we did talk to them as we were working with them. I mean, they can offer to sell the product or help with recipes and those kinds of things, but they don't tend to typically do the booster type or the concession stand type.
But they'll offer, I thought I read somewhere in their contract that they can sort of take over concessions. Is that not an option for us?
We can check with them, but because we actually had that as part of our discussion. I don't know if you guys remember it differently than me, but I thought they said they didn't typically run the concession stands. They might sell some of the product, but
Right, I don't think maybe what you saw in there was, that wasn't going to our boosters. That was essentially, they were
No.
running it, but it was going to them. But one thing that
Right.
they did say is that they would be able to sell to the school and even sounded like deliver, say the water or the soda, or whatever it is that we sell, and that they thought that they could probably sell it to us much, much cheaper than we could buy it anywhere else.
Okay.
Which would then boost the amount of money that the boosters would be able to raise because they can buy the product at a much cheaper rate, and they said that it would be something that they would be able to deliver. So then that would actually maybe take some pressure off of the people that are
Somebody
working
having to go to Sam's or
diligently
what have
in
you.
that booster area.
Yeah,
So are we exploring that? From that committee, what did you come up with regarding that?
well, I think at this point, we've got to get them on board. They haven't been able to come on site yet because it doesn't start till July 1st. So our big priority is we've got to get ready for the food service program. So I'm not sure we'd be able to explore it this year.
Okay.
But that's something we might, maybe in the winter, we can start exploring it for the next year. But
Yeah.
we got to because they've got to hire all the folks. Because they're not their employees, so they got to work through the hiring and make sure we get everybody on board
Okay.
and in the kitchen. So we're set up to meet with them on July 2nd to start everything
Okay.
because they really haven't been able to come in yet.
Well, it's good to know that it's an option and we can explore it. I'm sure boosters will be happy to make a little bit more money for the athletes too.
Yep.
yeah, they did mention that the pricing would probably be better than, like you said, somebody running to Sam's, plus it's here, gets delivered with their shipment, and they didn't seem closed off to other potential opportunities that we threw a lot at them. We really gave them a lot of different scenarios, and they didn't seem closed off to any ideas that I remember.
But after, going through all of that and then seeing, what's in front of us, I think it's great. They're already putting, foot to pavement when they aren't even really on site yet. So
Right.
hopefully that will all play out as it appeared.
They've been very, very responsive. I'm impressed.
Great. Hopefully the smell of barbecue won't draw neighbors to the district during school hours. Anyway, thank you for that little side track there with me.
Any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Okay, none. Motion passes. Here comes the grill. 9:14, other items of business. I have none, so back to you, President Henkel.
Thank you. All right, next is our Personnel and Policy Committee report, and I will turn it over to Vice President Hall.
Thank you. 10.01 was the appointment of Dr. Van Voorst, and we've done that, so moving on. 10.02 is the reappointment of Dr. Reppert as our School Safety and Security Officer. I'd like to make a motion to approve appointing, sorry, it was on the wrong one. I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Dr. Reppert as the School Safety and Security Officer effective July 1st, 2024. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, as I found out, as he told me, there are other districts, I just want everybody to know that this is a totally separate position. And he's taking that on in ours. So not only is he doing all his job, he's also taking on all of that job. And the passion I've seen in working with him on different things, it's impressive. I just want to recognize you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Ash.
Mm-hmm.
So is that an A?
It's an A. Too much on you.
Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. 10.03 is the second reading and approval of Policy 012, School Director Visits to Schools. I make a motion to approve Policy 012, School Director Visits to Schools. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? I'd like to just start with just a quick sort of reiterating kind of the process that got us to this point. So as per our board policy, a first reading of a draft policy was conducted at the March meeting, and that was for board deliberation and to listen to public comment. That draft policy was then formally posted, and the community was able to read it for themselves, and they were invited to email comments and/or feedback. The feedback that I received, I reviewed, and it was discussed. So we had a few community members that had some feedback. We had feedback from the Teachers Association, had an in-person meeting with them, as well as the administration team. And from all of the comments that came from that, the draft policy that we had presented in March was then amended to include comments from those stakeholder groups. The amended draft was reviewed by our solicitor, Mr. Litz, prior to posting for the May meeting, and the amended draft policy was presented at that point for information only. Between the May board meeting and tonight, I had received a few emails, mostly with questions, not really questions, but just trying to understand whether or not these were announced or surprised. So I think I said it at the last meeting, there are no announced visits. That was a major change that we made. All visits will be scheduled, whether it's initiated by the superintendent, the building administration, board president, or the individual school director. And again, this change was reflected in the amended draft policy that was in May and reviewed by Mr. Litz. One thing I did want to address, and I would love for your input too, I was trying to, through the public comment tonight, I was trying to look at two things that I thought maybe were misinterpreted. So the one under exemptions was the thought that we would be in during the administration of state assessments and other standardized tests in a school, and we would not. That would be an area where we would not be in. So I just wanted to make sure that I addressed that. There was never any plan to be in for any kind of state assessments. And then the second one was observation of student and or family meetings. It was indicated that maybe there were some stakeholder groups missing, but in the version that we had attached, it did include that there could be observation of student and or family meetings with school personnel, and that could include, special education teachers, gifted teachers, school counselors, social workers, psychologists, and so forth. So I did want to address that. I felt like that was something that I heard. Any other discussion from anybody else? Okay. Hearing none, any nays or abstentions?
I'd like to vote against the policy.
Okay. Should we take a roll call then?
No, I mean, if we only have, it's up to you. I mean, you can always ask for one, or we can just record one nay.
Okay.
It's either. However you,
So then the motion would pass because there's no other nays or abstentions. Okay, thank you. All right. Moving on to item 10.04. I want to make a motion to appoint Jonathan Lewis as a Lincoln Benefit Trust trustee, replacing Shane Waters, effective immediately. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? All right, that motion passes. Item 10.05, the agreement with Templeton Advantage LLC to conduct an organizational diagnosis. I want to make a motion to approve an agreement with Templeton Advantage LLC at a cost of $2,750 plus travel and printing costs not to exceed $200 to conduct an organizational diagnosis. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, so I had a conversation with Tom about this, what we're looking at here is really more of a framework than a finalized agreement. And so what I would suggest is, I did put this on as an action item because we could, in theory, amend the agreement to fill out the bits that are a little bit unclear or a little bit nebulous. But we could also just discuss and table it. So I'll leave that open to what we want to do as far as whether we want to amend it. But I know there were, I was looking at it and had some concerns, and I checked with him about it, and he was really considering this more of an outline than a finalized agreement. And so I think we should discuss what we want to kind of fill in for some of those pieces. And then we can decide whether we want to make amendments right now, send it back to him, or just give him our discussion points and let him amend it. So I'll open the floor. Well, the floor's open, but I'll yield to anyone who wants to talk about things that they would like to see more clarified in this.
Well, I was thinking that we would table it. I won't make a formal motion on it yet, but my thought was we could collect comments and then we could submit that back, and then it could be presented back to us in August. But comments that I was thinking about, I was looking at the outline and so I was thinking about this relative to if we had, I mean, I know it's a very small monetary amount relative to like doing an RFP. I know we're not doing that. But if you had to put criteria out there of things that you would be looking for, what would it be? And so I was thinking of, it would be really good to identify the groups that they would be surveying. It does look like they would be doing both the qualitative and the quantitative survey, and kind of the platform that they would be using, and being able, if there would be an opportunity for us to submit questions to it. So those were a couple questions there. And then the other thing that I thought under the collect data was maybe to outline what other secondary resources they might look at to ascertain information about our district. So those were a couple things for that.
Okay. We'd had, yes. Uh-huh.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What are we trying to do?
So for me, I think there are a lot of new board members, and so my thought was that we don't have a long-term understanding of the district from the seats that we're in, and I think a third-party look would bring in a fresh perspective. And so I think it would be valuable to have that fresh perspective. A lot of times, a board who's maybe been in place for a long time might be able to bring that perspective more effectively. But just because there are a lot of new board members, I think that it would be useful to have someone who has experience looking at organizations to bring in that perspective.
When Dr. Reppert asked Mr. Templeton if he's ever done anything like this before, and he said no.
So
why are we talking to this gentleman who has never done this?
I'm not aware of an organization that has done this. If you want to find one, certainly I'm open to it. I thought that there was a lot of overlap between this process and the superintendent search process. I think there are many similarities. There's a lot of overlap between the two. And so I think that it would be useful to go with someone who has that kind of experience with. You need organizational experience in terms of evaluating an organization for its strengths and weaknesses, but then you also need it in the public school sector, because I think it's a little bit different. So I'm certainly open to hearing if you want to propose a different.
I don't know any firms that do this.
That's the trouble I ran into as well.
So why are we trying to do it?
So
I don't understand. You say you want this gentleman to do surveys and get a perspective on the school district.
Right, I want something more tailored than what we get from the state. We have very, we have
Don't you
surveys.
live in the school district?
Huh?
Don't you live in the school district?
Mr. Holly,
do.
can I please, because I do this
Yeah.
for my job. So organizational effectiveness is something different than a climate survey. A climate survey is really looking to see what the climate is, in our district, and we have a survey that does this. Organizational diagnostic looks at things like your, even when we were going through our superintendent search and we worked together, we had somebody go through some of those things with us, right? So as a group, as a board, we were assessing and learning together, but it is not looking at climate, it's looking at the organizational effectiveness. So it's different, and it is something that is very commonly done in the private sector. I don't know if there are people that do that, but it does have very similar characteristics to the superintendent search that we did, just in my opinion. And I just want to say for the record, I thought that was a really good experience for us to go through as a board. I feel like us coming together, discussing things, being able to have the survey results, being able to go through that, I feel that that was something that was just helpful for just to unify our board, for us to be able to really pinpoint what the issues are that we need to concentrate on. We hear a lot, and it would be great to be able to have somebody walk us through how we prioritize those things, so that we're not reactional, we're not, going with whatever we hear one time and then another. So it really helps cast us on our vision and our mission.
I agree, and that when we did the superintendent search and Lancaster Lebanon and IU13 did their survey, the information that they came back with, you may have found too, to be super helpful as far as what we needed to approach and who was behind it telling us. And I think it's important to have a third-party survey so that when it's being completed, there's confidence to be able to move forward with honesty. So we're seeing absolutely, what we're looking at.
So if
Go ahead.
I could comment. So I think we're going to see a good representation of what this would produce in our next board meeting when Dr. Reppert is able to take results from 3 different surveys, 3 different perspectives, and draw those perspectives together, show us commonalities, show us strengths, show us weaknesses, and those are going to be focused on our students, which, Marzano and all of those things, and I think that's important. I think this gives us the opportunity to then have that similar juxtaposed with the results from this, the results from our internals, the results from the state, and to be able to see a plurality of those of that data coming together, and help us to have a good, healthy perspective on our organization, just like you're going to be able to help us have a good, healthy perspective on our students and the direction that we're going with our kids. So I think it has a lot of value, just as much value as what we're going to be gaining at our next board meeting from the collation of that data.
Sure, and in truth as well, without fear of retribution. When it's a third party, there isn't a concern that somebody might be able to see what I'm putting down, or see my IP address or something like that. So I think it's important.
So I think potentially, because I'm looking for a compromise in this. I think potentially what Tom Templeton is presenting is not necessarily what you're thinking you're gonna get. Meaning, for that amount in a similar organization, there's a Hanover organization, not to be confused with Hanover next door. And they'll quote you something for like 40 to 50,000, and that's a full-scale organizational study to say where your strengths or weaknesses. And they'll come right out and say, this is intensive, your admin team better, like, has to be prepared for all of the things that we're gonna be asking for, data, et cetera. They'll do the surveying on top of that, but that's, I think, different than what, I'm just speaking from a scale perspective, that's the full-scale approach. There may be something in between that somebody like the IU could perform. The IU performs similar things, and if they don't because of personnel, because they're shifting through people all the time, they will be able to recommend, here's a couple folks that do it on a larger scale than if it's just a staff survey. Personally, when I read the contract, and now it makes more sense, Nathan, now that you had indicated, this is more of a framework or draft. What I read from that was more, where are your staff at? How do your staff feel about things? And some of that can be garnered from the HRS data that we've shared bits and pieces of in our workshops the last year and a half. And I would want to kind of see what are those questions you're asking? Because if we're asking the same questions over, what I don't also want to do is bombard the staff with another survey that's saying almost the exact same thing, or having the exact same questions they're getting from an HRS survey. The power in the HRS survey, because we used to hear a lot about, well, I don't know who's going to get this. You're doing it through a Google survey, and who's going to see? There's a fear behind it right from the get-go. HRS changed that a little bit for us because now they collect it, they being the staff, collect the data, analyze the data, and come up with the solutions for how to improve that climate and culture amongst their work group with support from the admin team. So there's a different, that's powerful, but at the same point in time, sitting in your chairs, I recognize, and I don't want to ignore, that a third party brings, even if the third party comes and says, oh, you're doing Marzano's work and they certified you in level 1, if they know what that means, they're going to be able to support the notion that that's more powerful than getting a climate and culture set of data from a survey and then trying to fix that from a board or administrative level. You don't get the empowerment from the staff, where they're actually trying to improve it, not just, some. But what I heard tonight was more of a overall, from at least Samantha, from a more organizational, where are strengths and weaknesses. But that's going to be a bigger financial obligation, undoubtedly.
Well,
There's more to that.
I mean, I definitely feel like we need to table it because I feel like we need to get some of those questions, answered. Because obviously I had one read of it, maybe you had a different read of it. And so I feel like we at least need to get that filled out a little bit more. Shall I make a motion to table it? Okay.
I can do it.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll move to table, what are we on? Item 10.05, agreement with Templeton Advantage LLC to conduct an organizational diagnosis. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion on the motion to table?
I do. I just want to say that I love the idea in theory. Not particularly married to who the provider would be, who the organization is. I mirror a lot of what Mr. Hall said. And I think it was a great question, Mr. Holly. Why do we want to do this? We need to know the answer to that. It's a great question. And for my part, my answer is, and this is where the contract is a bit lacking for myself as well, it's triage. That's what this is. It's triage. And so, we have public commenters constantly coming to us saying that they feel like something's broken, their relationships here are broken. We have no idea, nor is it our job, to vet the truth of any of that, but we're supposed to listen. And we're supposed to see how can we adapt, how can we change policy, how can we, that there's a problem that somebody's saying, and is there any legitimacy to that? And so triage, and part of triage is coming in, saying, I think I have a broken bone. The person looks at it, no you don't, go on your way. And so I love the idea of being able to have access to a survey that, and where I find it lacking, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Hall, you were the one that said that we need to make sure that it has the ability to have us submit questions. I think that's the difference between other surveys that we've done. And I know, Dr. Bryson, you were absolutely on point with, we don't want to have this be a survey that is just mirroring what other, like that would be such a waste. And although this isn't technically a lot of money, we don't want to waste money. And so, and we don't also want to over-survey our teachers. So yeah, we would, and I seriously doubt that if the survey questions are coming from, I guess I looked at this as it was a board-led initiative, a board-led survey. That to me, I love the idea of the flexibility that he's providing. I'm appreciative that it's a framework. It's a little bit too flexible. I don't know what I'm signing up for here.
Yeah.
And so I see the spirit of flexibility. I do think that it needs to retain some of that flexibility because I see that it's waiting for board directive. So we need to give that before we know what we're signing up for. And that's my bit.
I think it's also important, once we get to that level, for there to be an opening for comment from the surveyor or the surveyee, what they would like to add that maybe they don't have an opportunity to answer in our questions because we're not in the thick of it with them. I think it's important for them to be able to make a comment if they would want to.
Yeah, we had, correct me if I'm wrong, there was some feedback that we got that talked, it was Mr. Betts. He talked about how he wished that for some of the surveys, it would be comments that you could leave because sometimes the parameters, it restricted, and he didn't feel like when he was doing one of the surveys, he had the ability to have a comment that was to that question.
Yeah, I'll say I would, taking the the climate survey, the questions, I felt like I couldn't answer them in a way that was really expressive of what I was saying.
Or, my experience with it, I know, and I was talking to another constituent that had the same experience, I know I'm filling out the survey this way with these answers, and I know somebody that had a completely different experience is filling it out the same way too, and we mean totally different things. Comments would help with what that orientation is, what the differences are.
Yeah, comments and sometimes just clearer questions.
Yeah.
Which, it makes sense that, PDE has to, they have to think about schools, out in rural,
Not unique to
southern
our
Pennsylvania,
districts.
and they have to think about schools in, inner city Philadelphia and so on. And even Marzano has to have a much broader scope because they're not, they can get specific, but what they can't really do is to be tailored.
Yep.
And this has the ability to be tailored
Agreed.
to who we are at Southern York County School District, and not, a school in Bucks County that, is 10 times our size.
Yep, good point.
Good point.
I also don't, I want to echo, I don't want to over-survey. However, I didn't know, well, Dr. Bryson said that the survey that we're currently doing with staff, if I was staff and I had a complaint, I would worry about retribution, worry about who's reading that, worry about how it's being compiled, who's doing the compiling. And so that's something else to consider, or we could get the honest truth for fear of retribution.
The anonymity.
And I think being able to compare the data across answers that question. And I think it's a valid question to answer. Just like going across all three sets of data with the students gives you a much better understanding than maybe just one set. You know, so it will help us understand whether, you know, is that the case or is that not the case?
I know we're tabling, so I don't want to beat this horse much more.
I'm
One
gonna-
thing
I'm
I really
gonna take
like.
these comments to him, so.
One of the things that I think is valuable that he has in here is doing focus groups.
Yeah.
That goes a step beyond having a comment
Just,
section.
yeah,
Even though not everybody's gonna have that opportunity.
Yeah, and-
When you're doing those small groups, there's dialogue back and forth.
Yeah. Sure.
Do you really mean this, or do you mean that? What do you mean by that?
Right.
That was the one part that I really liked about it,
Mhm.
with focus groups.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. If there's no further discussion on the motion to table, any nays or abstentions? That motion is tabled.
Item 10.06, authorization for the superintendent. I make a motion to authorize the superintendent, Dr. Robert Bryson, in consultation with the board president and chair of personnel and policy, to provisionally hire the assistant high school principal and assistant Shrewsbury Elementary School principal prior to August 15th, 2024, prior to the August 15th, 2024 school board meeting. Any such hiring of these administrators shall be subject to a ratifying vote of approval by the school board at the next scheduled meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, any nays or abstentions? All right, that motion passes. And I have no other items for business, so hand it back to you.
All right. On to 11, buildings and grounds. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, President Henkel. We will start with 11.01, our water test report for May of 2024 with some supplemental information. Mr. Buffington?
So the water test report, coliform tests at the campus in Friendship were submitted for the month of May, all showing safe results there. The supplemental information that we would like to give tonight on water testing has to do with PFAS, and Kat brought that up. Here, there was an article, recent article that came out by PBS that noted some of the schools around the state and PFAS levels. You'll notice that on page 3 of the report there that Friendship Elementary shows up for being slightly over the federal level. But I'd like to point out, our buildings with wells are regulated by Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. And Kat, if you can go to the second part of the slide. Certainly, water and quality of water and testing of water is a high priority for us, because obviously student safety and those that drink our water are very, very important. As we do these tests, obviously Pennsylvania DEP is monitoring these tests, and we are in compliance for PFAS. The board may recall that earlier this year we were required to start, as well as other public water systems, start testing for that. In April of this year, the federal EPA requirements lowered their standard from 70 to 4 parts per trillion, so it made it a tougher standard. But what we've taken 2 tests so far, and we'll continue to take that at the direction of DEP on a quarterly basis. And as we move forward, we're looking to be compliant with the EPA by 2029. It's kind of guidelines that they're putting out. We'll continue to monitor and assess and continue to educate ourselves, as well as lean heavily on Pennsylvania DEP, as well as our water quality water consultant as well as we move forward, not only with PFAS, but other contaminants that can be in our water. And also, we'll continue to bring updates to the board. Just, kind of a quick education of PFAS. It's manufactured chemicals that have been used in the industries, dates back to the 40s. There are concerns with potential health effects. But not only is it found in water, but waste sites, food packaging, products that are non-stick products, as well as in food, particularly in fish and dairy products. So just to kind of talk about that a little bit, but any questions we may have?
So if I could maybe lend a little bit to this, totally different regulation, but so in the time when Shrewsbury Elementary was built, they made changes to the amount of copper that was allowed to be in sludge before it could be dealt with, coming out of the sewer plants and such. So they made some changes to what materials could be used for your water lines in your home and in construction, and we were the wonderful recipients of that in Shrewsbury, and it created some problems that we're going to have to address next year with our water lines because of the requirements that were changed. And some time went by, and the problems that it created, they suddenly reversed course, and we no longer had to live under the same guidelines. So to go from 70, parts per trillion to 4 is a pretty significant drop. We are very, very close to the 4 currently, and like he said, it will be a average across the whole year of the testing. So although it is definitely something, it's something we are going to have to pay attention to, it doesn't necessarily mean it's always going to stay at 4 as time goes forward, because sometimes there's some unintended consequences that come from these things. And that's anecdotal in every way, that's anecdotal evidence. But it is not, compliance is not required for essentially 5 years. So, I think there's some thought in, let's see how this plays out going forward over the next 2 testing cycles, and then we can talk about where we are when we get to the end of those testing cycles.
Well, and I understand that pretty quickly after the regulations were released already, Ms. Green and Dr. Bryson are looking into what would be the remediation that would be required, what would that cost? Because it's, if it's something that's very easy to do and doesn't cost a lot, and we're only having to do it at one school, then that's not as big a deal as getting ourselves into the Shrewsbury Elementary situation where it creates problems down the road. So I'd like to thank them both for being on top of that. This is well in advance of when we have to be in compliance, but they're still looking into it, checking into what our options are and will be.
Yeah, I also want to add that we literally learned about this afternoon. So, literally.
Well, and you were already on it.
So we're already on it. So, you know, again, we'll bring something back in August just to kind of see, you know, kind of where things are going with other folks, because it's very new.
And I would imagine that with such a leap in the guidelines now, we're not the only district looking at this. Like,
No, we're not.
Yeah.
And again, there are buildings that, if you look at the whole report, there are buildings that are out of compliance with DEP. We're not even close to being out of compliance with DEP. So that's really what we were looking at, what the water company was looking at.
Yeah, just to highlight, like we just learned about it today, in the past couple months, we've been under the assumption and got our reports back, water's safe. You're a third of what DEP allows. Great, especially when we just experienced a neighboring district who was not so lucky, who had a well and had to basically remediate the issue immediately because they were twice what DEP allows. And I want to be very cautious, and I know everyone is. Regardless, ideally, perfect world, 0 would be a great number. And we're not going to ignore it, but we're going to need time to say, okay, what are the alternatives if we're hovering around 4 indefinitely in the next, 6 months to a year. And of course, I think we're going to see media's reaction, as Randy had put on the slide. The media has already grabbed what the EPA, the federal government, has just changed, and now you're not in compliance. I think based upon that report, which I assume is accurate, don't know it to be accurate, there's at least 30 buildings out of 150 that have well water for schools that are in the same boat or worse. I mean, we're at the low end of that list. We're at the low end of the list, but we are on the list because it met 4. So we'll be looking at that, and I think what I would want the community to know is it's one building, it's Friendship. Our main campus is also well water, which Randy hits this a lot, or has over the years. That one is non-detectable at this point. That's not to say that doesn't change at some point. And Shrewsbury's on well, or city water, excuse me. And we continually monitor this on a quarterly basis, so we're not going to forget about it. And in the meantime, we'll figure out what those alternatives are, or solutions might be to address it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, moving on to 11.02, Buildings and Grounds Report. Mr. Buffington.
11.02, let me pause here for a second, and big shout out to the crew that acted quickly this morning, a little before 4 a.m. It was a couple minutes before when I got the call. But shout out to our custodial crew for acting quickly, and then also to our maintenance staff that followed up and, made sure that everything is safe there. So just a shout out to them. The Buildings and Grounds Report is for your information. Any questions I can answer with that?
Thank you. Moving on to 11.03, Susquehannock High School Project Progress Report, Financial Report, and Timeline.
Okay, so the progress reports for your information, I'll reference that here in a little bit, as well as the project timeline. What I want to focus in a little bit on is the financial report. And particularly, we have a slide up there showing, our original budget, as well as expenditures to date. And you can see the remaining budget right now is slightly under $800,000. If we can move to the next slide, what I want to point out as part of that remaining budget, you can see we're obviously tracking contingencies,
that's where our change orders land. We're over $300,000 left as of the end of May there for that, with a few months left to go in the project. One of the other, I'll call it buckets of money that I'd like to point out that's doing well are our allowances. So allowances are things that are built into the contract ahead of time, and often are common items like electrical outlets or brick repair, different things like that are built in. And if we use those, that cost will come down. But if we don't use those in the project, we actually get that money back. So currently, we're just under $200,000 there as well. I do anticipate we'll spend a little bit more of that over the next few months, but I do believe we'll have some money left in there as well. So you can almost look at those two numbers together, as funds that we would have remaining at the end of the project.
And then putting those together, that would be not the 335,000, but it's actually basically the 800,000. So it's really about $1 million that is there, because the contingency is included in the 800,000. So because the 200,000 is in the budget, but it's not been spent.
Any questions, construction related? I know you saw the video. Just one thing I'd point out there. You can find Dr. Bryson at lunch at a safe distance away, peering at the demolition going on. Just saying, if you want to find him at lunch.
I think I found my retirement plan. I'm going to do heavy excavation.
Yeah.
11.04 change orders. This month we have 3.
So if you could, the timeline we're on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, timeline, we're on schedule. We're looking to occupy most of the classrooms for the start of the school year. We most likely will not be as planned. We won't be in the team rooms, as well as the main entrance will not be open yet. But the main entrance and the parking lot feeding into that entrance is in the location of the bulk demo area. So that'll extend into the early fall, into late fall. But we're on track.
Thank you. So 11.04.
11.04 change orders. There's 3 that are listed there, and I can certainly go into more detail, but 3 that I approved on site after review with the architect engineers and the construction managers. There are 2 there that the architect has some share of cost there, as you can see, but certainly willing to discuss any of those in more detail if needed.
So do you have any questions on those?
One thing I would point out about change orders, as we're starting to wrap up the job, and, it's going to be 2 months till we, meet again. I do anticipate, a little bit higher of change orders as we go to wrap this job up, but, very hopeful that we're going to remain in budget, and do believe that we will do it.
And it's definitely understandable, considering it's, there's going to be a month without a meeting. Okay, moving on to 11.05. Proposal for certified playground mulch from River Valley Landscapes. Motion to award the proposal for certified playground mulch for River Valley Landscape of Wrightsville, PA, in the amount of $13,900. If you can put a little light on that for us.
Sure. One of the things we do on an annual basis, it's so important, the reason that we make sure we use appropriate mulch as well as get the appropriate depth of mulch, certainly as the students are on the playground and on the equipment and fall off of that equipment, the mulch is definitely for trying to avoid injury, and that fall and impact is the sole purpose for that mulch.
Okay, so I've made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion or questions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.06, Carball Concrete Incorporated proposal for the repair of the library canopy pole project at Friendship Elementary. A motion to award the proposal in the amount of $12,599.99 to Carball Concrete Incorporated of Glen Rock, PA for the repair of the library canopy pole project at Friendship Elementary. And if you could speak a little bit into the single proposal and before I move it to a second.
Sure. One of the things that we're seeing, for various reasons, contractors are pretty busy right now. We are seeing some difficulty in getting proposals. So on the briefing, you can see that we did get one proposal, and then we got two companies that actually gave us in writing that they were unable to do or give us a proposal. And then we had two other contractors with no response. The good thing, and the reason for this recommendation, we do have confidence in the contractor that did give us a proposal. The board may recall that a year ago we repaired other poles in this canopy. That was the contractor that did those repairs. So we do believe it is a reasonable price, as well as, we're confident that the contractor will do a quality job.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions?
I do have a question as far as timeline. Will this be finished before school starts?
We are going to try. It's I know they have a full slate on their summer schedule, but my understanding is they're going to try to get it before school starts.
Any other questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.07, proposal from Neiman Refrigeration for the new refrigeration equipment for the Southern Middle School existing walk-in cooler. A motion to reward the proposal from Neiman Refrigeration of York, PA in the amount of $11,300 for the new refrigeration equipment at Southern Middle School existing walk-in cooler. Do I have a second?
Second.
So just one note, this is not replacing the cooler itself, it's replacing the equipment attached to it. Any questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.08, motion to approve for the purchase of a line paint sprayer from Sherwin-Williams of York, PA, utilizing the CoStar's contract in the amount of $18,152 as part of the equipment budget. Do I have a second?
Second.
So this piece of equipment will actually be replacing two. So it will be able to be used to put the lines down in the parking lots, the new blacktop, all of those things. Also, keeping up with the bus lanes and the numbers in the bus lanes, but then it can also be used for our fields. So this is a dual purpose piece of equipment. We have two currently that are, in the you know, they're getting older and they're 20 years old or so. Certainly time, but it's also nice to be able to have one that will be able to be dual purpose and do both jobs for us. And, you know, this is something that I would imagine in a lot of schools is done out of house, but it's something that we do in-house here, and in the long term, I'm sure that's a great savings for us, you know, in comparison to, you know, 20 years out of the equipment that we already have or more. So, do I have a second?
Second?
Any nays or abstentions?
I do have a question.
Okay.
So it looks like this would be maybe some new technology that would be easier to lay down. Is there some digitizing that's within this lining? I mean, it's just really expensive. Not that I'm against it or saying that we don't need it, but I'd just like to understand a little bit more about the new AG technology that goes along with these things. Is there any kind of tutorial for who's going to be using it necessary?
Can you speak to that, Mr. Buffing?
Didn't hear the last part.
Is there maybe a tutorial for those that are going to be using it? Is it?
Yeah, we certainly
Digital?
will, not robotic, you know,
Okay.
so I mean, they do have technology in those cases, but, yeah, just a, you know, big shout out to Mr. Steve Smith and, Mr. Dio Mendez. So Mr. Smith is, typically the one lining out on the, grass fields, and, Mr. Mendez is, the one typically on the, parking lots. But yes, we'll make sure that they're trained there, and they've had many years of experience on the older equipment, but certainly any differences in things, you know, we'll rely on the vendors and things to make sure that they're properly trained. But pretty excited that the same piece of equipment can do both. And we'll certainly make sure, you know, there's redundancy in our staff as well, that, you know, it's just not those two gentlemen that are able to use it, that, you know, others in our staff are as well, you know, and certainly, part of that, certainly $18,000 is, you know, we're cognizant of that, and, you know, we hope to get 20 years out of this piece of equipment as well.
And what's the name of the piece of equipment?
It is, yeah, Line Laser.
Line laser, yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Moving on to 11.09, proposal from Environmental Hazard Control to remediation services in the middle school wrestling room. Motion to award the proposal in the amount of $21,622 to Environmental Hazard Control of Lancaster, PA for remediation services in the middle school wrestling room. Do I have a second?
Second.
So, Mr. Buffington, can you go into a little bit of what you described and what you guys found in removing those mats?
Yeah, so the wrestling room has been down at the middle school for 20-plus years. As part of the high school project, one of the goals there was to actually move that space up to the high school, and actually in the old fitness room, move in there. So as part of that preparation, the wrestling room has the mats down. You know, we started rolling those mats up in preparation of bringing them up to the high school. During that process, we noted that, you know, there was a significant amount of moisture under those wrestling mats, as well as there was vinyl composite tile, which is your typical 1 foot by 1 foot tile that you commonly see in classrooms and hallways. And they were starting to pop, you know, and you could see that there was some mold. We obviously brought in, you know, our environmental consultant, you know, to work through that. Actually took some tests. Good news is tests were better than, you know, we expected with the air quality. They're actually good air quality, so it's believed that the mold was encapsulated by the mats, but also by the tile and the glue. Some of that testing, we also tested the glue for asbestos. It doesn't fall in the higher category of asbestos, but it's 1%, less than 1%, which does fall into the OSHA standard versus the HERA standard. So as we did that testing and we sought 3 proposals, and you'll note that there's various categories of things that, potentially we would have needed to do. Because of our test results came back favorable, there's some of those items that we were able to avoid, as well as one of the items that we took on as a staff, rather than have them dispose of the mats or, pay the cost of cleaning those mats, as a district, and through consultation with the environmental consultant, we began disposing of the mats. Obviously we looked at the mats. They are worn, so part of our recommendation in the future here, probably at the August board meeting, we'll come back to, potentially purchase new mats for the high school. Talking with Mr. Keeney, there are competition mats that they have that, they can use to start through the year. However, the new mats there are a long lead item in getting the mats, maybe even up to 6 months to get those. But we'll come back in August with a proposal with that.
I believe I remember you guys mentioned that the mats we're looking at will be rackable, or we'll have racks for them, or is
Yeah,
that-
they'll be able to be pulled up versus these were so heavy. That
Right,
they
to
really move.
prevent this sort of thing from happening in the future.
Yeah, no, definitely rolling them up after the season and keeping better airflow and things under those mats. But having helped roll those up, I can attest that, one, they were heavy, but two, we've got their life out of them. They were delaminating and, it's time, for it.
And you had said they were 20 or 25 years old?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Keeney was in high school, he recalls. So, yeah, we're dating them back to at least 2000, and maybe further back than that, But yes, we've gotten our.
So we got our life out of them.
We did.
Any other? Yes.
If you look at the bid, are we going for the 21,622, which is the alternate bid, that's if we schedule the work prior to July 15th?
Yeah, great.
Overtime hours. If we wait till after July 15th, which is 3 weeks, it would go down to just under 18.
Yeah, great point. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, one of the things, so the wrestling room is planning to come up to the old fitness room here. For this summer, we are looking, we need a home for the athletes to work out with the fitness equipment. So that area is slated, to be that temporary fitness room. So we did look at those two costs and felt that we would like to jump on it sooner than the mid-July. I had conversations with the owner of Environmental Hazards Control tonight and said, we're bringing it to the board tonight. If approved, can you start Monday? And they affirmed that, yes, they would be on site on Monday. They believe they would be done within a week or so, and we're even looking to work through the weekend to get it done, so.
Let me kind of add a little bit to that. One of the reasons we found this is we were literally rolling up the mats so that we could put the fitness center down there to start that Monday. So we're already like 3 or 4 weeks behind. So we did weigh the difference in cost, but we also would then need to relocate the athletes because we've already had a couple weeks now. We haven't had a place for them to work out.
There are often costs associated with project delays. So.
Right, potentially, however, in my perspective, the extra money is well spent in light of the fact that it's being done for our students. And, these students have already been, working through not having team rooms and, things of that nature. I believe it is money well spent to accommodate the students coming into this year, to the school year. That's my perspective. It's not necessarily the board's perspective, but.
Well, and on top of that, my comment was, yeah, you might save the money right now, but if you delay aspects of the project, and that requires you to come up with temporary solutions or pieces you can't get in place when you were supposed to, and now that can create costs down the road. So it's not clear to me that it actually necessarily saves that money. We just might be paying it later.
Because it builds in other places.
Right, because if you delay parts of the project,
You can't.
then sometimes that can create costs
It's not a standalone.
in a project.
I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
No, it's a great
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
It's a great question.
It's a great question. Yeah.
One question I have here is, it has a clause in here as far as if there's any unforeseen work, will be communicated for a change order and approval. Obviously, if we're not going to be here until August, is there any process in place for that to be addressed?
I would recommend we use our change order process that we have in place already, depending on that cost, small enough, I could potentially approve it on site, but if it gets to that level, that we would call Bill and Nathan, and kind of use our existing process.
Okay.
Is what I would propose for doing this. That's like the high school project.
Also, are we able to maintain that 50% relative humidity that they're requiring?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd like to give the committee an opportunity to assuage any potential general public fears. I assume we're not concerned, we're not worried about any kind of exposure to students. I mean, when you're talking mold, like, could anybody speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, the tests that were taken, the air tests that were taken, and just to kind of educate the board a little bit if you don't know, mold is virtually everywhere. You walk outside, it's there. You're in the forest, it's there. It's in this room. So the tests they generally take is they take a mold sample in the area of question, and they compare it to outside. So at the middle school, we took tests in the hallway right outside this the wrestling room, as well as the wrestling room itself, as well as outside. Those tests that came back, both the hallway and the wrestling room, the samples showed a lower level of mold than outside.
So no fears of exposure.
Yeah, and the other part of that that's analyzed, and certainly, we're in constant communication with the environmental consultant. There's different types of mold, and they didn't see a type that was alarming, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 11.01, use of facilities. This is here for our information. Moving on to 11.11, other items of business, which I have none. Anyone else? Hearing none. Mr. President Hinkle.
All right, next we have Transportation, Health, and Safety. I will turn it over to Mr. Hash.
Thank you, President Engel. The Board of Education to receive a third quarter discipline data from Dr. Reppert. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Hash. As was requested going back to last year, I've been coming back to the board with quarterly updates on the discipline data. And we have the discipline data that I'm presenting this evening through the third marking period. And the reason being is we are still addressing some of the final components for the fourth marking period, which would be available at the point when I submit the Safe Schools report in the end of July. So what you have in front of you, the school board, there's three different documents. The first one that is being displayed right now for the public is the third, it's a 2023-2024 breakdown by first, second, and third marking period. And I wanted to pay for the board's attention as well as the public attention related to incidents that would be recorded via policy 103, which is our discrimination, harassment, as well as sexual harassment and other forms of harassment, including bullying. So as we take a look at those items there, you can see the totals for the through the third marking period for the sexual harassment, 3 racial ethnic intimidation. We've had 16 incidents this year. Other forms of harassment and intimidation was 9, and bullying and harassment at 6. And the reason being is we did address not only within our schools, but within our community, the concerns related to the racial harassment and discrimination. We've had parents that had spoke specifically about that here in public comment, so we wanted to bring that back and hone in. There are other items, as you can see, related to student discipline, but I really want to kind of pull those out because those have been items that have been brought up. If you do flip the page, and Kat, you can do the same thing. The next chart now does a comparison from last year to this year, okay? So when you look at the, on the columns on the right, we had the 2023, 22, 23, and 23, 24 data through the first, second, and third marking period. You can see the areas that would still fall under policy 103, sexual harassment, we had 4 last year to 3. We did have an increase, a doubled increase of incidents related to racial and ethnic intimidation. And I do want to point out, not only for the board, but the public, is when those situations are reported, our administration is doing something about it. We've used the term, if you see something, say something. But we also have the board policy that when those situations occur, whether it is in the classroom, in the hallway, at the bus stop, on the bus, at an athletic event, those issues are being addressed when they're brought to the attention of the administration. And then all other forms of harassment and intimidation, 9 for both. And then bullying, had an increase from 2 from last year at that time to 6. So as you look at it from a board perspective, when we look specifically at policy 103, yes, there are concerns that are happening within our school, but we also know that they are being addressed. And as being the safety and security coordinator for the district, I'm involved in all of those meetings that are occurring with the administration that is, investigating those situations and providing guidance and support, specific to the policy. So I did want to show some special attention there. And then the last part was just in the next one, Kat, if you could flip, I was asked to put together a little visual representation. Mr. Wilson, I hope this kind of fits where you were thinking, but also putting together a bar graph, specifically as you're looking at those specific items regarding policy 103. I did want to I do know that in our, later on in the board meeting, there is going to be a request to approve additional vape and halo detectors. So I do want to point something out. If you look at the comparison chart, Kat, if you could flip back one, please. When we look at last year, the 22-23, under number 53, under possession, use, and sale of vaping material, we had 22 incidents that were reported as a result of the vape detectors that were in our buildings where students received the consequence as a result of them, whether it was tobacco or whether it was another substance like THC, where those individuals would have been brought to the board, for further discipline. And then through the third marking period, we've had 14 at the high school that have been addressed as a result of the vape detectors. And in a conversation, I've had when this was brought up to me, prior to the vape detectors, prior to them being installed, I want to give you a little bit of historical perspective as a building administrator at that time, how we addressed those things. So if a student had reported that someone might have been vaping in the bathroom, or a teacher might have walked in and suspected something going on, they would have contacted the administrator. Then we would have had to go down and maybe or maybe not know what students were in there. And the previous boards had approved, the addition of cameras throughout the building. Now we have cameras in hallways that we can identify, students going in and out of the bathrooms. Okay, so prior to that, it was very archaic in the way of how it was being reported and then addressing it. And then we had, a lot of, what we might speak to 2 or 3 students. Well, no, it wasn't me, I don't have anything, it wasn't me. Now with the detectors, we're able to identify, once the administrators are alerted, that they don't have to rush right to that bathroom because we know that those students are probably going to be gone. They could pull down that video and identify at this time, and then we have these students coming out of the bathroom in order to then address those students, that were coming out of that bathroom. So it has really improved. Is it 100% effective every time it goes off? We're going to be able to identify? No. Because, there may be situations where students were there, they might not have it, or it could have been something that got passed off, Where I'm coming from is what we've seen with the data is now that we have these devices, we're able to quickly get to and potentially identify who might be in possession of these devices. I will say, and this is going to go a little later, because they're halo and vape detected devices, regarding the halo, there are specific words that can be said that would pick up, that would also alert if there's an emergency, something that's occurring in a restroom. So there is a dual purpose with them, which does provide an extra layer of security for our students, in the bathroom, or even, if there's an evening event that something is occurring, a medical emergency, that there are certain words that could pick up that would also alert the administration, that are in those buildings regarding that. So I did want to take a moment while we were talking about discipline to also share the data regarding vaping going back to last year in a comparison, because there will be an agenda item coming up later to approve, to finish the high school project and add vape detectors to the middle school.
So if I'm understanding you, you're saying that we have a much better system of detection than we had prior, and yet we still had a decent decrease in incidents. So therefore, we've probably had a very, very large decrease in incidents because students are aware that we're able to pay much closer attention.
And the other piece, you're correct with that, Mr. Hall, and the other piece is the education, that we are providing our students regarding the dangers and the concerns of vaping, through the health classes. We have a proposal, that will come as part of the vetting for next year, and I talked to Mrs. Henkel, where will be a collaboration between Officer Hanson and Judge Sweeney going into the classroom and speaking specifically about the impacts that vaping would have on an individual. And that will be something I'll be bringing to the board in the fall for seventh grade, and that will become part of an annual seventh grade presentation. And we decided seventh grade because that's where we're seeing it. We hope that it doesn't trickle down, but we in speaking with both of them, they believe based on the data that they're receiving of incidents, that seventh grade is where they want to target. And that'll be something I would bring to the board early next year once they put together their presentation and proposal for when they're going to do that.
If I'm not mistaken, that data is not just here, it's like statewide, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just throw, anyone you talk to across the state, across the nation, if you said, what's your number one issue right now, it's vaping and specifically THC with the vaping. And so this isn't 100%. It's like anything else. As soon as you put the vape detectors up, they're trying to figure a way around it. And with 1,000 kids in a building, you're going to be able to go into a bathroom at times and probably potentially walk in on somebody that's vaping. So I do want to be transparent and to say, vape detectors are going in. We don't have a vaping issue. Oh, no, we have a vaping issue. And it's going to be an ongoing challenge in how to circumvent that, educate, do everything we can. So I think this is just a part of that.
One last thing I want to say about the discipline, and Mr. Wilson, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I did speak with the technology department who works with me with the data, specifically in pulling the data on a quarterly basis. And since we have done that as a district, the feedback is we're a lot more efficient in addressing maybe some of the deficiencies of how they're entered into our Sapphire system because we're reviewing it now on a quarterly basis. So I did receive that feedback, and Mr. Wilson, I wanted to share that because I know you and I had collaborated on this going back to last year. And so it is having some positive impacts based on efficiency and updating and reviewing the data on a more regular basis. So thank you.
I'd like to emphasize, actually, I'm very pleased, and I think it's something that our district does incredibly well, this balance that we have going back to the vaping. I really, really appreciate it, and we just voted on the student handbook, and it was something that we changed that I think continually accommodates this flexibility and this balance. We're not letting behaviors and standards slide when it comes to the vaping. We're serious about it. Obviously, the detections, that shows that we're on. And yet, at the same time, we're allowing kids make stupid choices sometimes. And there are those sorts of kids where they only need to get caught once, see the citation for what it is, experience that, and then never again. They had their little balance with the law, and never again. And I think that this is such an incredible thing that our district does, recognizing that they have to have that balance between being incredibly serious about the thing and then also giving students the ability for redemption and forgiveness and the pathway forward while maintaining that seriousness. I really just commend our district for being able to navigate that balance. Just well done, guys. Really good.
A lot of that's due to Officer Hanson, and he goes through and talks to students, as you were saying. if a student's called with this, he will address that student, and and maybe not issue a citation, but, if he sees a path of not doing that, he'll go with that. He's not all just, hit them hard and hit them once.
Thank you, Dr. Robert, for all that information. Very helpful.
Good. All right, 12.02, student transportation report for the month of May. During the month of May, they are still actively recruiting for a location manager. The lady who's been doing it will continue to act in that position. Red light cameras. During the month of May, there were a total of 10 red light violations. 2 were caught on camera. 8 were captured by drivers. On May 16th, our district successfully completed the 3rd and final kindergarten registration event for the school year at Friendship Elementary. Ms. Shields hosted an informational session with incoming kindergarten parents and students on a physical bus. Parents received school bus safety information, what to expect during the school year, and helpful hints on ways to keep students safe on and off the bus. Students and parents were engaged throughout each session and grateful for the opportunity to board the bus and review the process with the onboarding kindergartners. For the month of May, bus coverages covered 61 transportation requests, which included field trips, van rentals, and athletic trips. To close out the school year, our administration team, once again, apparently thanked the drivers for their hard work on the last day and did the long-awaited, apparently the drivers love the last day of school ice cream event. They asked for it now. So thank you to the admin team for recognizing the drivers for their year of hard work with that. 2 of the first student team members celebrated service anniversaries. We would like to thank them for their commitment and support. Lester Lumpkin and Pete Servenson. And that's all I have for that report. Moving to 12.03. Motion to approve the 2024-2025 Emergency Operations Plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions? Any nays or abstentions? All right, that motion passes. 1204, motion to authorize the coordinator of student transportation to, 1, approve bus routes and drivers for the 2024-2025 school year prior to the board approval on August 15th, 2024, and 2, approve bus drivers throughout the 2024-2025 school year between board meetings. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, this is similar to keeping the lights on.
Yep.
So we're supposed to do it?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any discussion, questions about that? Any nays or abstentions? That motion passes. 1205. This is a motion to approve the purchase of yard signs and banners from Victory Store for approximately $700. This is something that the board is doing to promote awareness of, when the new school year is starting. Are we going to watch out, we're going to put them in high traffic areas to watch out for the buses now starting back up. Be careful of the red lights, keep your distance from them, be watchful of the children running out, those situations. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
I just think that this is it's evidence again of collaboration. I remember Mr. Bus Driver Dave Liebart brought this to our attention, and I'm just very thankful for Ms. Sue Green, who collaborated on this, and Jeremy. This is a fantastic idea, and what originally started with billboards moved to something that I think is even more effective, and the cost is even better, and just well done, guys.
Us is better on multiple fronts because we can reuse these year after year, put them up, beginning
We
of the
can move
school
them
year.
around if we see
Move 'em around.
issues, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, and the one thing I do want to stress is, we are not just gonna put them in areas where, You know, you may have thought we had a red light before. We're gonna put them in all different areas because it's like anything, if we knew exactly where the problem was, we would just have the police go out there and take care of that. But we don't, so we're gonna move them around different places. And of course, we're gonna have to get some of our residents to allow us to put the signs in different places. And we also, in addition to this, are working, Mrs. Shields is working to get information in the newsletters. So, she's done a good job with
Did I have a second on this?
it. Yes.
Yes. Any nays or abstentions on this? That motion passes. 1206, this is a motion to approve the purchase of 22 Halo vape detectors for the final phase of the Susquehannock High School renovation project, as well as the Southern Middle School at an amount of $28,402, purchased through CDW-G, and transfer of $29,000 from fund balance, general fund, to the capital reserve fund. Should we second it, or should we, you want to give a little description on that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Would you like to give us a little breakdown on that, any more than you already have?
No, as I mentioned in the earlier statement, when we're looking at discipline, this would now complete that project with the bathrooms in the section that has not been, that is still under renovation, but then also provide those systems now at the middle school that currently do not have that.
Okay.
I have a question. What level of coverage is this going to give us? Because I see you're seeing multiple buildings here. Are we being selective, or are we covering all of our bathrooms?
All of that.
All of them, okay, so it's this middle school as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any nays or abstentions on this, or any other questions? Hearing none, that motion passes. I have no other items of business. President Hinkle, turn it back to you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Alvarez isn't here, so I'll take the athletic report. It is mercifully short and doesn't have a lot of difficult names. I'm sure she'll be super jealous. So the Warriors had another strong spring season. I'm going to name the YAIAA All-Stars from the spring 2024 season. For girls lacrosse, the YAIAA All-Stars are Rowan Soroka and Rachel Stifler. For boys lacrosse, they are Grant Johns and Isaiah Voss. Congratulations to Amaya Wheeler for being named YAIAA Division II Player of the Year. Congratulations to Ella Wetzel for being named YAIAA Division II Pitcher of the Year. And then we had YAIAA All-Stars in softball, Sarah Bauhaus and Emily Karst. In baseball, congratulations to Manny Cartagena for being named YAIAA Division II Player of the Year. Congratulations to Andrew Unglesby for being named YAIAA. This is hard to say this many times fast. YAIAA Division II Pitcher of the Year. We had YAIAA All-Stars, Rafael Hernandez, Jaron Andrews, and Nick Bender. Congratulations to Coach Joel Stoneberg for being named YAIAA Division II Coach of the Year. And then moving on to item 13.02, athletic event ticket prices for the 2024-2025 school year. I'll make a motion to approve athletic event ticket prices for the 2024-2025 school year as follows. Varsity events, adults $5, which represents a $1 increase. Student and senior citizens, $2, which is no change. The adult 10-game season pass, $38, which is an $8 increase, so less than $1 per game. Adult 20-game season pass, $70, which is a $15 increase. Student 10-game season pass, $15, which is no change. Student 20-game season pass, $28, which is also no change. And then as a change, junior high and junior varsity only events would be no charge for all attendees. So I've made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Yes, I'll go ahead and discuss here first. So I don't think it's the right time to raise prices. As a referee myself for PIAA, I've certainly seen my share of school districts charging $5, you know, for those to come and see. But I was approached last year by some folks that could not afford to go and visit their child while they were playing because they have a large family. But at the same time, they didn't feel comfortable about, you know, receiving hardship free tickets either from the district. So I feel that, you know, there's a lot of things that families are paying for above and beyond because of the nature of commerce right now. And life is just expensive with inflation. We're all feeling it. And as a school board director, I could not look at another parent and be comfortable explaining why I'm charging an extra amount of money so they can come and see their child play. So for that reason, I am not for this. I think that if we want to stay competitive, that's important. I understand that with other districts, but it's just maybe we could wait a couple of years before we raise the prices on families coming in to see their children play. And that's my thought.
If I can, I also have some hesitancy. I'm not sure that if there is a funding gap in the athletic area, that's certainly something, you know, we'd be willing to discuss. But at the same time, I would be hesitant to do anything that would discourage people in the community from bringing themselves and their families to games. I think it can be really, really good for a school, really, really great for teams to have, you know, large crowds at their events, you know, makes them more exciting and more fun for the students. So I would, you know, I don't necessarily see in light of, you know, last year's budget that we're having the need for the additional finances. So I would be hesitant to do anything that would discourage those events from being well attended.
I would agree with that. I don't see a need for it. I don't see a reasoning other than just, you know, going up to what other districts that are, or half the districts in our range are. If anything, I would want to go the opposite direction. Promote more attendance by dropping prices. That's not on the table, obviously, but,
We're the best of both worlds, right? Having, you know, no fee for JV games only and no fee for junior high and not raising our prices, you know, that would be
yeah, I
a
don't,
plus.
if there was a funding gap, like you said, I get it, but I don't see that. And just to charge more, I don't see a reason to do that. Even though I understand it is $1, but if you're bringing 2 adults and, you know, you want to bring another family and now, you know, you might want to offer to cover their costs, but now you're starting to add up.
Well, I think to build on that, I mean, a big part of going to the games is the concessions, right? So that's money that then goes to the boosters. But I agree with that, but I also wondered, in some private schools, they have family passes, and I see that we do have something here for an adult pass, But I wondered if that was maybe, because I know that there are a couple families that they have, several children that are in. And so I tried to look before the meeting. I had found something one time before, but I couldn't put my hands on it. But maybe there is a threshold that we could determine, and then maybe there could be like some sort of a family pass that we could do beyond that. I just don't know how you would figure that out.
The family pass is an interesting idea, and I think we should check into that. Yeah, I have a bit of a different view on this, I think, from everybody who's spoken so far, which is that, to me, money is fungible, and the dollars that fund our programs have to come from somewhere. And they either come from people who voluntarily spend the money, and they spend it on something that directly benefits them. If they want to attend a game, then they spend the money to attend the game. Whereas for the taxpayer, they don't have a choice. And so whenever possible, I'm inclined to put the burden of payment on the person who benefits most from the service, which would be the people attending the games. Because one way or another, someone does have to pay that dollar. And while we do have a healthy fund balance at this time, and while this is a small amount of money, ultimately those things add up to the larger balances over time. All of these individual little decisions add up to the large amounts. And so on principle, I'm in favor of remaining competitive with other districts, but I am very interested in the Family Pass because that would encourage increased attendance. It would potentially mitigate the impact on, say, a large family who maybe won't go at all. There is the issue of can we, while still accommodating budgets, can we come up with something that might be revenue neutral, especially if our stands are not absolutely filled at the moment. I know it's not, it's been crowded at some games, but I don't feel like it's been absolutely packed most of the times I've been there. So I think it's worth considering those things.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, if I can add one other perspective. And this is all balancing act, so we talked about waiting a couple of years, but we have waited a couple, I'm just gonna let you know. Most people have been 5 for a long time, so we've kind of tried to wait that out. The other perspective, kind of adding on to what Mr. Hinkle said, is this is an area where, for our taxpayers, it's one thing, but it's not just our taxpayers, it's the opposing team. So when we go to our folks go to their place, we give them extra money. And when they come here, we subsidize them. So, I think part of this becomes like building on what Mr. Henkel said. Not only is it our taxpayers, it's other people that don't pay into our schools or anything. And they're paying less here than they're paying at their own home place. So that's really part of this too, not just the home team, but the away team. So I like the Family Pass idea, because if we're really trying to help those that live here, I think that adds to that.
So let me ask you, because I would imagine the answer is you don't want to come up with a Family Pass idea on the fly right here in the board meeting.
Oh, no, yes, I don't want to.
I didn't think you would. I don't want to underestimate your analytical skills, but I thought maybe that would be asking a lot. If we were to table this until next meeting so that you have a chance to look into that, would that be?
Well, I think there's a couple things we can do. I think we could pass this and then add the Family Pass next month. I think we could table it. I'm not sure if we have it. I don't know if that's going to put Mr. Keeney and folks in a bind, because I'm not sure if we have any like scrimmages or anything before the next board meeting. But we can definitely add the Family Pass at any time.
I imagine the prices in effect now would apply to any scrimmages that occur between now and the next board meeting. Is that not?
Yeah, I'm just trying to read how the motions. It's not written for the school year, because if it was written for the school year last year, then it would have expired, but it's not. It's just approving them. So yes, I think we would be okay. I think they would be in effect if we.
To what? I'm sorry. Did you have more? did you,
No, you're-
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean
no,
to
you're
interrupt you. To what degree, like, help me understand, because this is so not my expertise. To what degree do these ticket sales offset the cost of hosting an event? Do we
Oh,
know
very,
that?
hosting an event or athletics as a whole. I mean, that, because I wouldn't.
Each
like-
event, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I would know each event.
But I would
because
assume
it depends.
hardly at all.
Oh, yeah, the whole athletic program, because when you think of hosting an event, I mean, you think, part of it is the coach being there, but they get a salary for the whole season. That's why I said
The
I can't
refs
really,
and
yeah, I can't really do an event. It's more about athletics as a whole.
I figured.
Yes, it's very, very
Yeah.
minimal.
And do you have, because I know you always do things for a reason, and so I wanted to hear out what your reasoning rationale is, apart from being competitive with other districts, and then obviously you're our CFO, more money is always better, right? Do you have any other rationale for why?
Yeah, I think the biggest rationale is kind of building on what Mr. Hinkle said. When you're looking at this, part of this is we are subsidizing other districts because they're not paying the fair market price of coming to our games. They're paying less. And so, again, does the taxpayer who has no children or grandchildren either pays it or the people coming to watch the game pays it, half of which are not even taxpayers in our district. So I think that's my biggest rationale. Like personally, that's the team. So I'll throw Mr. Keeney and Mr. Carrington in there because, you know, they're all part of bringing this forth. It's really about looking at, you need all this money to make all this work, and it comes from different sources, and, you know, it's a balancing act. Because if we, you know, again, we do have a healthy fund balance, but it's not always gonna be there. I'm just gonna tell you,
Sure.
things are gonna turn
Sure.
at some point, and someone has to pay for it. So it's, go ahead, you add to
I don't know. It's not always going to be that way. And when it goes bad, it usually goes bad in all areas. So now you're not in a place to now change and increase when things get bad. And we've experienced that, where all of a sudden state funding, they're talking about $5 billion extra dollars. I don't believe that's going to ever happen. But even if they were to increase 400 and the next year they go to 100, you know, they're not increasing anymore. You've got to make that up. And I think the other piece to this is our philosophy has always been a balance of, and in this, I'll give you an example, in this particular case, we're saying don't charge for junior high sports. Do you want to know why? Because we spend as much with ticket takers than we do what we make taking the tickets, et cetera. Plus, we're finding it difficult to find people to take tickets. And game help as a whole.
Yeah.
So we can begin to shift our human resources. Now we're only looking at
To one.
to far less. We're going to take a cut, if you will, at ticket sales in junior high. We may not make it all back with the dollar increase, but we'll get close. So for big purposes, it's a wash from a district financial perspective. That's not to say you're not going to find a family that doesn't go to junior high matches that has, you know, 3 people attending. They just saw a $3 increase. But I think the other perspective of the taxpayer versus the ticket or the person attending the game, we might have a surplus, so you pay that, but these expenses are going to continue to exist year after year. So you better are we taking that all, you know, are you taking that from surplus that may not be there year in and year out? And we've always operated in not, if it's a reoccurring expense, you got to be careful from pulling from the extra to pay for it. So that's the balance, really, I think. That
I guess, you know, this is probably from my perspective, you know, the first time we're going through this, you know, what sort of numbers are we talking about as far as what difference would that dollar make
So
as far as
yes. Yeah.
as far as the ticket, you know, like, okay, the income versus the expenses of the ticket takers and,
Yeah,
you know.
it's not huge dollars. If we charge an extra $1 for adults, and again, we extrapolated this, it's not exact. We're estimating about $7,300 coming from the additional $1. And
Per,
then,
for
what's that?
what?
For adults.
Per year.
For
Per
a year?
Per year.
For an entire
Per year.
season,
Yep,
okay.
Yep. And then, removing junior high is about $3,400.
So almost 10 something?
Yeah,
But-
so
but-
to,
But does that include the savings on not having ticket takers at junior high?
it does not.
Okay.
No, that's a straight expense, like.
So if, it sounded like that was kind of a wash.
Yeah.
And so really, the junior high thing is neutral because we were spending as much as we were bringing in, and so it sounds like the 7,400
Yeah, I don't know if
is
it's quite, yeah, it's gonna be
more or
close.
less, yeah.
Yeah, so you're really talking the $7,300.
Okay. Have we looked into charging the other team all of this stuff? Just spitballing here. Anyone? Any takers?
Depends on if they win or lose. If they lose,
There
then they
you
pay.
go. You earned
There's-
their money.
there's no home team discount you can get, that's not allowed.
You know, and I actually crossed my, I'm not sure the logistics of doing it.
I'm pretty sure our bus.
But it actually ran through my mind, can we talk to our folks?
But I appreciate the calculation starting.
So you think there's there's an intangible cost to that?
I just see it as, price of everything else is rising everywhere. Let's just not do it here.
I have to agree. We can't hold this line forever.
Right.
Money is fungible. We are asking taxpayers to eat the cost of $10,000 if we don't raise. But I can't do it now. I can't.
Should we, is tabling it a consideration and considering with the family plan, or so I assume that it would be individual adults attending still would be $1 increase, but families, there might be a family plan that, I'd like to table it and see what Sue could come back with on that, but.
Yeah, let me add this, and we'll definitely come back with something, but I will say this, we have not had a lot of luck with these passes. I'm not
You don't
sure
think that's
why,
the
but
answer?
Oh, we've tried it before?
We have the other passes that are listed here, and we
Oh,
just don't
okay.
sell many of them, even though it's a discount. So I do want to throw out that while we will definitely come up with something, I'm not sure that it's gonna,
Maybe we do, if we could do a little financial analysis on it and figure out, okay, the passes aren't doing anything for us. Let's just do away with those and just streamline things.
well, again, one of the things we are gonna try to do is advertise the passes more, because again, if we want a family to save, and there's 2 adults in the family, and they get a pass, it's cheaper. So that is one way for us to make it cheaper for the family.
Well, right, and
as a whole.
could it be a family ticket where, sometimes people don't want passes because they don't know how many games they're gonna come to, but if it could be a family rate, maybe they bring the kids that.
Yeah, but
They
I
can
am gonna
otherwise
say
leave at
this,
home.
there's no way I'm gonna calculate that. Because I don't know how many
Right, yeah.
Talking about
can't be-
family
I don't
tickets.
even really know how many.
Oh, yeah, no.
It wouldn't be a season
I'm
thing,
talking
right?
like
We can have that as
historically,
well.
like the historic, season passes.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, we
maybe
have
we
very
could-
few.
So, in the vein of tabling it, I'm not sure that even tabling it, the increase would pass. However, if the junior high, junior varsity events are essentially a break-even prospect and create some, manpower issues, maybe that is worth discussing whether or not that should be done. It's all lumped into the same motion, but if it is revenue neutral and is causing, strain on staff, then its existence should probably go away. But in its current form, I'm not sure, especially tied together, that the one would follow the other.
So are you saying to just not charge and not have someone take tickets, and that would correct the problem?
For JV.
Well, that's what we would do under this, for JV games.
Yeah, that's what, in essence.
Or junior
this-
high?
yeah.
Because it's revenue neutral, but then it also creates,
Burden.
you gotta have staffing for that, so.
But then you also have JV games right before varsity games, so how do you make the
But this is
differential?
JV only.
Right, but if people are coming to JV, they sit there and
They
wait.
sit and they stay for the,
They're gonna get in for free.
No.
It's not always a varsity game to
You'd only
play.
get it if it was a
Yeah.
JV only.
If it's a
Like-
JV varsity, like basketball,
Right.
they would pay. But if it's just like a JV only, like football,
Okay.
which is whatever, that's separate from the night of the varsity game, so that they wouldn't be charged for that.
Oh, okay.
So,
Table, but
I'll move
or you
to
can vote it. I
table
don't think
this.
you
Do I have a
have to.
second?
you'll, I'm sorry, what?
I'll move to table this.
Second.
I can say right now, just to let you know, my vote is not gonna change. I'm still gonna be a no, whether we table it and make it wait till the next month or not, just to let you know.
Okay. So on tabling it, any discussion on tabling it? Okay. We good with just a nays or abstentions vote? I'm seeing nods. Any nays or abstentions to tabling it?
I think we should just take care of it now because I don't think it's gonna change, but
Okay.
I'm
So-
just one of 9.
Well, yeah, one nay to.
I'd say vote it now and then come back with a different idea.
So 2 for not tabling it.
2 for not tabling it. Anyone else for not tabling?
Me.
And I would feel the same way,
Yep.
so.
So that's 4 for not tabling.
We need
That
more.
means it's going to fail because we only have 8. Okay, so it is not tabled. All right.
Who is the fourth? I'm just trying to keep up.
So it was
Bill,
Jeremy,
Jeremy,
Mary Lee, Bill, and Jen voted against tabling. So we're back to the motion on the table. Does anyone have any amendments they'd like to propose to this motion, given the interest in having the junior high and junior varsity only events be no charge?
I would be agreeable to that amendment.
Yeah, okay, tell me if I'm doing this right. I'd like to move to amend with what you just said about JV not having any charge, but then I'd also like to include that the prices stay the same for the,
So I think you can actually, okay, so yeah, so the motion would then change to adults $4, we strike the $1 increase,
sure did.
and instead put no change.
Yep,
But we're still charging for junior high games, right?
no, not charging for
striking that
junior
too.
high and keeping the prices what they were.
Right, so all the prices would revert to what they are, and the parentheses would be no change. And then we would keep the language about junior high and junior varsity only events would be no charge for all attendees.
And the season pass, does that still increase?
That,
I think all prices would stay the same except
Yes.
the junior high and junior varsity only events. Is that the amendment
that
that
is
you want
what
to
I
make?
want, correct. Thank you for helping me hash that out.
Can we do that and vote on it?
Yes, we can.
We can. She's got a motion to amend.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Who is the second?
Me.
Can we state clearly now what the motion is?
So my motion is to amend what we have, and the amendment contains having prices stay exactly as they are, but having the addition of no charge for the JV games.
So I believe if we want to read it, that would say, motion to approve athletic event ticket prices for the 2024-2025 school year as follows. Varsity events, adults $4, no increase. Student and senior citizens at $2, no change. So I guess I would say no change instead of no increase. Adult 10-game season pass, $30, no change. Adult 20-game season pass, $55, no change. Student 10-game season pass, $15, no change. And student 20-game season pass, $28, no change. Junior high and junior varsity only events will be no charge for all attendees.
Perfect.
I can second that.
All right, so Bella.
It's already-
you were-
it's already been.
Your wife already did.
You're right. You were super seconded.
Sorry. All right, so we have a motion and a second for the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment?
And this is outside of the family pass that we're going to talk about in August. Is that what?
I think that
Or is that
If we're
dependent
approving
on
these for the
prices?
year, I mean, I suppose anything we approve could be subject to change.
Right, but no.
But I,
It would just be an addition.
It's,
though.
that would be
An
an addition
addition.
later.
yeah, I suppose, I suppose we could add that.
Perfectly
Okay,
open to
so-
that later.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying for,
So you still like us to look into the sure.
I think
Well, and
so.
the family pass is confusing too, I think, although I like the idea of it. What if you have a family of 10? Does that mean, say, each family of 10 has a $5 fee for their entire family? Well, what if you're a family of 6? What if you're a family of 4? You know,
Where's the
Yeah, a
line?
lot of
Where's
family
the-
passes have.
where's the equity
have an-
there?
Well, and I would say a lot of family passes have a flat rate for a family of a certain size. But I think Sue can work on that and come back with something and we can decide. But I wanted to avoid making her hash that out in the meeting, if possible.
My final sell, this has to change. It does. I plan on, if I can look into the future, having us be competitive with other districts next year. My vote is not for right now, though, but it has to change.
So we have a motion and a second to amend this. Any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and have a roll call vote. So there's the vote to amend the motion.
Do you want a roll call?
Yeah, just because,
A roll call to amend the
Yeah.
motion. Okay, so Liz is not here. Bill Hall,
Yes.
Mary Lee Hall,
Yes.
Samantha Hall,
Yes.
Jeremy Hash,
Yes.
Jen Henkel,
Yes.
Nathan Henkel,
no.
James Howley,
No.
Joe Wilson.
Yes.
So 7 to 2.
Nope.
Wait, it should be,
I'm sorry,
6 to.
thank you.
I'll take it.
All right, the motion to amend carries. So now we have a motion to approve the athletic event ticket prices as amended. Is there, well, we have a motion and a second already. The amendment has passed, so I don't think we need any further discussion.
Well, one more year of $4,
Yep,
and then next year, there we go.
We can do this
We'll have
again.
a year.
I think this one we can probably do not as a roll call vote. Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries.
What are we?
Oh, sorry. This is the amended motion. So it was successfully amended, and I asked if there was any further discussion on the motion. So this is the amended motion that does not raise prices, but does say that junior high and junior varsity only events will be no charge for all attendees.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
We still have the parent.
Yeah, we still have
have
to-
the main
Yeah, so we
motion.
amended it, but we still have to pass it post-amendment.
Yes.
So Nathan and Joe were the original first and second, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well done.
Hold on, yes.
That's
And then
not-
Jen
Right.
and Mary Lee with the amended motion.
And that's
Yes.
the table in there.
Motion to amend, second.
Got it.
All right, so the motion on the table is the prices stay the same. To simplify, the prices stay the same, except that junior high and junior varsity only events will be no charge for all attendees. Does anyone want a roll call vote on this? Okay. Any nays or abstentions to the amended motion? Hearing none, that motion carries. All right. Other items of business for athletics, I have none. 14, other business, I have none, and we can always wait for new business. So on to 15.01, Legislative Council, Ms. Mary Lee Hall.
All right, perfect, thank you. So a lot going on these past few weeks between our last board meeting, and some exciting news from the governor that Mrs. Hinkle is going to report tonight. So I'll go with what was passed by the Senate and approved by the Senate and House committees, and then finish up with the week that everybody returns back to session. So passed by the Senate, Senate Bill 801, requiring evidence-based reading instruction. So this is to provide professional development and identify an educator responsible for assisting each school with implementation of curriculum to begin 2025-2026 school year. And approved by the Senate Education Committee, Senate Bill 1157 allows parents or guardians of a child who has reached the school age of 6 to request a waiver from the Pennsylvania Department of Education to delay attendance if a child has been diagnosed with autism, developmental delays, or intellectual disabilities. And then Senate Bill 1171 allows teachers and other school staff to administer emergency seizure treatment after completing training provided by a licensed healthcare professional. And Senate Bill 1252 directs the PA Department of Education to require schools to submit building condition reports every 7 years to remain eligible for state funding for school projects. It's kind of nice because maybe we can get to Plan Con 2 and actually have some help with some building renovations. Then passed by the House Transportation Committee, House Bill 127 waives the fee for obtaining a driver's permit or license for youth identified as homeless and they are enrolled in an education program, and the school social worker can sign for them to be able to take those tests. And then at the Capitol, of course, Dr. Reppert got to it before me and stole my thunder, but there's never an end to the congratulations to the Susky graduates, right? Students in general. So, of course, one of our own, Sagan Marks, a graduate senior this year, was honored by the Senate and the House for her state powerlifter championship accomplishments. That represented York County and the state of Pennsylvania at the World Bench Press Nationals in Austin, Texas. So another big, happy, healthy congratulations to Sagan Marks and her whole family that got to go up and tour the House and the Senate and be honored. So that's always good. And the Senate and the House are not in session this week, but they will return to the Capitol on Monday, June 24th. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Ms. Hinkle?
Yeah, so Governor Josh Shapiro signed HB 1097 into law on Monday, and this pertains to all public schools. The new law reads that each school entity shall conduct a moment of silence during instructional hours for students and faculty to observe the anniversary of September 11, 2001, as a remembrance of thousands of military service persons, government employees, civilians, and emergency responders who lost their lives or were wounded by terrorist attacks on that date. The law also retained a 9/11 curriculum component from its origins in Senate Bill 285, which was originally sponsored by none other than our very own Senator Kristen Phillips Hill. The law will guide schools in their curriculum development to teach about the historical context of terrorism, the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City, the Pentagon, and the United Airlines Flight 93 crash in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Our senator, in speaking with the press, offered the following observations about the law. She said, quote, "Today's high school students and even some of our newest teachers were not alive during the horrific events of 9/11. She continued on by saying, "I am pleased to see the governor sign this bill into law that will give our schools the resources necessary to teach the events leading up to, during, and after September 11th, 2001. And that completes my report.
Thank you. All right, York County School Technology. Anyone have any updates? Moving on to 15.03, LIU 12. Any updates? All right.
Dr. Bryson has anything?
The director's agenda and Dawn's Early Light are attached for your information. York Adams Tax Bureau. No comment. Southern York County School District Foundation. Mrs. Mary Lee Hall.
The foundation is adjourned until September. We have nothing to report, unless, Mrs. Green, you'd like to add anything.
15.06, other items of business. I have none. On to the Secretary's report. The Student Activities Report for May 2024 is attached for your information. We have 2 student teacher placements, Jasmine Dongan and Ira B. Martson. that are going to be placed at Southern Elementary School and Shrewsbury Elementary School during fall 2024. Resignations and retirements are there for your information. Other items of business, I have none. On to the, let's see, yeah, on to the home education, outside charter, cyber charter, and Southern York Digital Academy education. Dr. Upper, do you have any updates there?
Dr. Bryson, you have anything this month?
No, I don't.
All right.
No, so these are our, our current enrollments for the year. The home education at 211, outside cyber, 74, and our Southern York County School District Digital Academy at 7, and Lincoln Edge at 14. Even though our numbers, are lower in our Digital Academy and the Lincoln Edge, what it is, it still provides our students options, as well as our parents options if being in the physical brick and mortar school is not what they want to do. And then the other piece is when you look at the outside cyber charter, we have 74 students that are there. Mrs. Green, I believe that number has kind of been stabilized there in the 70s. Am I correct with that? But we're hoping to bring more of those those families back to either our own digital or through Lincoln Edge, so they can continue to have the experience of our district. So.
Thank you. Cool. All right, 17.02, announcements by board president and superintendent. I need to announce a few executive sessions. We had one on June 11th to discuss legal matters. We had one immediately before this meeting at 6 o'clock to discuss a special ed and legal matter as well as safety and security. And we have another one scheduled on July 2nd. You want to share with the class? We have one scheduled on July 2nd for personnel matters. Those are all my announcements. Dr. Bryson.
Big congratulations to Mary Lee and Bill Hall for the graduation of their daughter Grace, to Miss Samantha Hall for her daughter Elizabeth, and Jen and Nathan for your daughter Deirdre. Congratulations to you all. That's a lot of graduates in one board meeting. Also, before I forget, happy birthday to Jen, Liz, Sue, Christina, Joe, and Bill, because we won't be here until August. And I will join you in that celebration come August.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I stopped counting though.
Yeah. Big thank you to administrators, faculty, and staff. We had an awesome closing day at the end of the year in May. Jim, thank you for attending. I know you were there and you were able to reminisce with the staff and enjoy that as well. So, I think I'm good. The only other thing I would say is the demolition is pretty impressive. While it's sad to see part of the old high school go, I know that brings new times, but it's also a pretty interesting process you don't get to see every day.
Did we save any of the letters? That would have been pretty cool.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yeah, so we're attempting to incorporate a couple of letters into
Excellent.
the new building.
That's awesome.
Are we going to see more of those in the foundation fundraiser next year, maybe?
That's all.
And again, I know we've thanked them 1,000 times, but it's usually not enough, and that's just our maintenance and custodial staff who have moved us all around this campus 16 times in the past 2 years. And we're getting real close to one big last move, so big thank you to them. That's it.
I just wanted to say thank you for letting us have the parking lots in there.
Oh, yeah.
And if we didn't
It
tell
felt
you.
long going up the main drive.
If we didn't tell you, that's gonna change probably 2 or 3 more times than what we had anticipated, so.
All right, item 18, new business.
I do.
Yeah.
So it's late. In the interest of time, I'll be quick. It was
floated an idea in public comment, and Miss Chrissy Burns actually was the one that did it, and I wanted to respond to something, and new business is the way to do it. She brought up the idea of potentially tabling the live feed for public comment, and I just wanted to offer and then allow other people if they would like to. My thought on that, although I adore the spirit that comment was given and the place that I feel like her heart was in to say such a thing. And I absolutely adore so much of that comment. I personally cannot see my way out of, it is our responsibility, it's done publicly, the general public is allowed to say what they want, provided that they abide by decorum. And I don't think that it would be a good look for the district at all to suspend everyone else to be able to see, be them criticisms or praises, what people have to say. That's just my bit. And so if anybody else wants to speak to that, go for it. If not, that's just what I wanted to say.
I was thinking along similar lines, as well as I wasn't sure whether we could treat it differently from the rest of the meeting, or whether that might get us, I don't think I want to do it in principle, but also it's not clear to me whether or not we could.
Whatever the logistics are, I still don't like it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I'd like to make
I like the
comment
spirit
to
behind
that,
it.
if I can. It's not really new business, I suppose, but I also appreciate, what she was saying, especially being on the receiving end of misinformation. I appreciated her being here to be an eyewitness of the situation. However, we chose to sit in these seats, and that is part of sitting in these seats. And the public is free to say what they want to say, whether it's true or not. So I feel like it goes with the territory.
All right, anything else for new business? All right, what?
One thing, I mean, the policy 903 came up during public comments
Yeah.
today. That may be something we want to circle back with Jeff Litz on.
Yeah.
Since we are coming up on our policy refresh cycle.
Yeah, I was planning on
So
checking in with
I
him
just
about that.
at least want to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
If that's a policy that's been around since, what, 1993?
It's nothing we changed.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's certainly worth looking at the legality of our current policy.
Yep.
Yep. All right, if there's no additional new business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
So moved, second. All right, any nays or abstentions? We are adjourned.